Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, you are holy. We rejoice because we are sustained by your strength. We receive honor because of the victories you bring to our lives. Bless our lawmakers. Increase their faith in you. May they receive joy as they strive to follow your guidance. Renew their lives with your goodness. Empower them to make our nation and world better as they receive inspiration by practicing your precepts. Continue to be their mighty fortress in times of trouble. Lord, we praise you for your glorious power. We celebrate your mighty acts. We pray in your marvelous name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. The clerk will report the pending business.
Calendar number 115 S2296, an original bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 and so forth and further purposes.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. In the United States this year, over 9,000 new cases of cancer will be diagnosed among children from birth to age 14. While cancer rates and their death for children have declined by 70% from 1970 through 2020, cancer remains the leading cause of death from disease among children. Access to timely pediatric care is critical to reducing cancer deaths. Children's hospitals specialize in certain types of cancer care. Unfortunately, gaining access to a children's hospital across the country or in the state next door can be a real challenge. That's why I'm the sponsor of the bipartisan Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act. Moms and dads seeking life-saving cancer care for their kids should be able to access care quickly and wherever it's available. Now, sadly, sometimes it takes months for a child to get access to treatment if it's out of state. There is no excuse for that. In fact, it's pure bureaucratic red tape. Families shouldn't have to navigate red tape to get life-saving care for their child with complex medical needs. My bill simplifies this process so parents can ensure kids with cancer diagnosis get timely Medicare and Medicaid care. Our bill is the most co-sponsored bipartisan bill, want to emphasize bipartisan bill, of all the Medicaid bills before the Senate Finance Committee. I look forward to making this bill becoming law. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osserbrooks.
Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday, Speaker Johnson and House Republicans released a partisan CR that failed to meet the needs of the American people. Republicans have been calling their bill a clean CR, but clean is the wrong word. It's a partisan bill. It's had no input from Democrats. And most importantly, because it's had no input from Democrats, it's a status quo bill. It's a status quo bill. Americans don't want the status quo. With tens of millions being kicked off health insurance, with health care premiums set to skyrocket next year, with people paying more for groceries, for energy costs, for rent, and struggling because of Donald Trump's tariffs, people need help. That's what they're telling us from one end of the country to the other. They're not happy with the way direction America is going. American people want their leaders to address their needs, and that's just what Democrats are fighting for. The last thing the American people want is a status quo bill that continues the chaos and high cost of the last 9 months. But the Republican bill, not only is it partisan, but it's a status quo bill. It changes nothing. It continues the chaos and high costs of the last 9 months. And Democrats say, no way. We need to answer people's needs. When they tell us prices are going through the roof, when they tell us their health care is at risk, they want us to be there. And so we need to sit at the table and talk to our Republican colleagues so the American people's needs can be taken into account in a bipartisan negotiation. But the Republican CR is certainly not the right answer. And Republicans are causing a shutdown, creating it, by negotiating, by not negotiating, and by not being willing to answer the country's needs. The American people deserve better than the Republicans' failed agenda. They deserve better than keeping the status quo, because there's been such damage done in the last 9 months. Soon, Senate and House Democrats will release our own proposal to keep the government open with a short-term extension that properly meets the needs of the American people. Our bill will represent the right path to avoid a shutdown crisis, by addressing health care costs and cuts, by preventing premiums from going up, by restoring and extending congressional funds for things like NIH that Donald Trump and Russell Vought are illegally halting. Once both sides put forth proposals, and ours will be coming shortly, Republicans will face a choice: to keep following Donald Trump into a reckless shutdown that he seems to want, or to finally come to the table and work with us. Remember, it takes 60 votes to get anything passed in the Senate. That means Democratic input is a necessity to improve the lives and lower costs for the American people, because Republicans are not doing a thing to make things better. This is not optional, it's necessary. Republicans know that. And yet, Donald Trump has told Republicans, don't even bother, he said, don't even bother negotiating with Democrats, and they have unfortunately, dutifully obeyed. By not even bothering to talk to Democrats, Republicans are paving the road that leads to a shutdown. That's deeply troubling for the American people. They expect Donald Trump and Republicans to do their jobs and to address their needs, and to keep the government open by working like adults with the other side, not just saying it's my way or the highway, particularly when their way represents a status quo that the American people abhor. And mark my words, the American people will blame Donald Trump if a shutdown happens. Finally, I'll say it again because it's important. Democrats don't want a shutdown, but Republicans cannot shut Democrats out of the process and pretend like the last 9 months have been business as usual. There's nothing business as usual about kicking 16 million people off health care. There is nothing business as usual about Donald Trump illegally stealing and canceling federal investments improved by Congress, even for NIH research, which may save children with cancer's lives. There is nothing business as usual about Donald Trump tearing up budgets, ignoring the law, picking winners and losers for things as vital as disaster relief. Republicans know that these abuses can't just continue as if everything is just fine. Everyone knows that Americans are frustrated with the status quo, frustrated with costs going up and up and up, frustrated with Donald Trump injecting so much chaos into their lives. And Republicans think that's okay? No questions asked? No negotiation or discussion? Give me a break. In the Senate, it takes 60 votes. So that means Republicans will need to work with us. If they can't even bother to have a conversation with Democrats, it's Republicans then, who American people will know, are causing the shutdown in 2 weeks. We still have some time. I pray it doesn't happen. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate and quorum call?
Yes.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Republicans continue to move forward on funding the government through a short-term CR, something that is routinely done around here in order to allow for more time for the Appropriations Committee to report bills out and for us to consider them on the floor and to fund the government in the way it should be funded. And Democrats, well, Democrats seem intent on shutting it down. For what reason, I cannot imagine. Do they actually think that hardworking Americans are going to thank them for shutting down the government? I understand that Democrats' far-left base is desperate to pick a fight with President Trump. But really, I don't think Democrats are going to win the next election by shutting down the government over a short-term, clean, nonpartisan funding measure. Mr. President, it's particularly hard to understand Democrats' determination to shut down the government when we're simply asking for a few more weeks to complete bipartisan appropriations work. I made it very clear from the moment that I became the leader that I wanted to fund the government through regular order, a process that gives voice to members of both parties. And that means taking appropriations bills through the committee process where they have a chance to be discussed, debated, and amended, and then bringing them to the Senate floor for more debate and amendments. And we made a very good start on this before the August state work period, passing 3 appropriations bills by robust bipartisan margins, something that hadn't been done here since 2018. And the reason we're considering a short-term clean continuing resolution is to allow this process to continue so that we can fund the government the way it should be funded, under regular order, Regular order is good for members of both parties, and it's good for the American people. And, Mr. President, I think a lot of Democrats, as well as Republicans, know that. Mr. President, I could stand here on the floor for a long time and read quotes from the Democrat leader and other Democrat senators on the many problems with shutdowns and what they cost Americans. I won't do that today, as I think the cost to the American people are pretty well established. But it is incredible to me that Democrats are ignoring these very real costs and continue to push ahead with shutdown threats over this clean continuing resolution. As I said on Monday, I do not think it's likely that mainstream voters, the same voters that Democrats lost in the last election, are going to be thanking Democrats for shutting down the government over a short-term, clean, nonpartisan CR. A short-term, clean, nonpartisan CR with, I would remind my Democrat colleagues, much-needed funding for member security. Democrats, of course, have decided to try and deflect blame by complaining that we are looking at a partisan CR. A partisan CR, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, give me a break. Republicans have deliberately chosen to keep this CR clean to ensure that there can be no possible reason for Democrats to object to funding the government. We're not looking at a vehicle for new Republican policies. We are looking at nothing more than a continuation of the status quo when it comes to funding the government. The Democrats think that by calling this a partisan CR that they can somehow make it so. We all know Democrats have a sometimes Orwellian relationship with language. But really, Mr. President, I don't think Democrats are going to get very far with this one, because there really is no possible way to call this a partisan CR with a straight face. Everyone here on Capitol Hill, and well beyond, is abundantly aware that we are not looking at a partisan funding measure. So, Mr. President, Democrats have a choice to make. They can work with Republicans to pass this clean, short-term, nonpartisan measure to fund the government while we continue work on the 2026 appropriations bills, or they can shut down the government with all that will mean for the American people. And, Mr. President, just to be clear, I heard the Democrat leader get up again today and talk about how this is, there's no bipartisan discussions. There have been bipartisan discussions for months. The appropriations committees have been meeting, passing and reporting bills out to the floor. We picked up 3 of those bills in the month of July and passed them on the floor, something that hadn't been done since 2018. And the Republicans and the Democrats on the Appropriations Committee continue to work together on bipartisan appropriations bills that they can report to the floor so that we can consider more of them and fund the government in regular order, which is the way it's supposed to be funded. And that's what this debate is really about. Now, the Democrat leader is accustomed to a different business model, and that's where they go in his office behind closed doors and make all these decisions there instead of putting bills on the floor. We passed appropriations bills at this point in the year for the first time since 2018. We are consulting in a bipartisan way with Democrats through this entire process. And so, Mr. President, that's just flat wrong. It's just not telling the truth. Those discussions have been going on for months. And this is, for the first time in a long time, a normal appropriations process where Democrats and Republicans sit down at the committees where it should happen, work together on bills that they report to the floor, most of them by big bipartisan margins, and then we pick them up. We've done that with 3 already, and there are a bunch more we ought to do. This is the way it's supposed to work, but it takes consent, takes cooperation, and obviously it takes 60 votes to pass anything here in the Senate, which means that Democrats are going to have to help fund the government on a clean, bipartisan funding resolution to give the Appropriations Committee and all of us as senators on both sides of the aisle an opportunity to consider more appropriations bills on the floor and fund the government the way it should be funded, and that's the old-fashioned way through the appropriations process. And I would remind my colleagues that under the Biden administration, and Democrat majorities here in the Senate, there were no fewer than 13 continuing resolutions, short-term funding measures to fund the government. 96% of the Democrats in the Senate voted for all 13. 13 continuing resolutions. When they had the majority and a Democrat in the White House, 13 continuing resolutions to fund the government for a short term. 96% of the Democrats voted for all 13 of those funding resolutions. And so I don't know what's changed. At that time, they made all the quotes. I said I could quote them, and I can quote them. They're lists that go on infinitely. All the things that they've said about funding the government and what a terrible thing it would be to have a government shutdown. And here we are offering them a short-term funding resolution that is bipartisan, that funds the government through November the 21st in order to allow us to continue the work of funding the government through the appropriations process, which is the way this place ought to work in the first place. That's all this is about. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. It's whether or not they want to work with us to fund the government in a bipartisan way and help keep the government open, or block that funding resolution, not help get us the 60 votes that are necessary to pass it out of here and therefore shut the government down. That's the choice. This isn't President Trump. This isn't about President Trump. There's nothing in here about President Trump. This is a clean funding resolution, bipartisan funding resolution, short term, to allow the Appropriations Committee to do its work. There is nothing partisan about it. There is nothing in here that they haven't, things that we agree on, both sides agree on. This is a short-term funding resolution, and it should be a very straightforward vote. Both sides should do what they did 13 times when they had the majority, and that is vote to keep the government open and to allow us, for the first time in years, to actually have a normal appropriations process. And I'll tell you, Mr. President, because you've probably heard this too, from members on their side of the aisle, they'd like to have that too. They'd actually like to have an appropriations process that works, where they get an opportunity, not only at the Appropriations Committee, but here on the floor of the Senate, to have some input into, and have an opportunity to vote on amendments that reflect the wishes of the people they represent in their states. We should do that. We can do that, and it's going to be entirely up to the Senate Democrats as to whether or not we do. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the en bloc nominations provided for under the provisions of S.Res. 377.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today is Constitution Day, September 17th. So I think it is a perfect day today to restore the Senate's constitutional duty of advising consent. Because when a president is elected, he needs to put a team in place to run the government. When a president wins, he gets to pick the team. Modern presidents have over 1,000 positions to fill. There is a role in the Senate for advise and consent. But Senate Democrats have done everything you can think of to prevent President Trump from putting his team in place. He needs to get these people on the job, and let me be clear, Democrat obstruction ends today. This week, Republicans in the Senate will break the blockade and move America forward. Now, we're going to begin to confirm this backlog of President Trump's qualified nominees. You know, historically, this Senate, acting as a body of the whole, has considered nominees pretty quickly after they've come out of the vetting in the committees. Most are confirmed right here on the Senate floor by voice vote or unanimous consent. In President Obama's first term, 856 nominees were confirmed that way. In President Trump's first term, 553. In Joe Biden's only term as president, the number was 530. Here we are, President Trump's second term, September of that second term, and that number confirmed that way is 0. Well, why? Why has not a single nominee been confirmed by voice vote or by unanimous consent? Look, we know why, and it's the Democrat obstruction. Our country's never seen anything like this. Senate Democrats are freezing the Senate floor, freezing the federal government, and freezing our nation's progress, and they're doing it intentionally. This harms our nation's safety. It hamstrings the president and the voting people's agenda. That's what people voted for. They elected President Trump. He won all 7 battleground states. And yet the Democrats have done everything they can to stop him from making progress. Democrats are currently holding up more than 150 qualified nominees who have already been successfully approved through Senate committees. These nominees are critical to our nation's future, our nation's success, our nation's progress, as well as our safety and security. So let's take a look at some of the important roles that the Democrats have said, nope, we're going to filibuster all of them. One is the Principal Deputy Administrator for the National Nuclear Security Administration. Another is the Inspector General for the Central Intelligence Agency. Many are ambassadors to our NATO allies. Then there is the Deputy Trade Representative. Even the Director of National Counterintelligence and Security Center is being frozen out by Democrat obstruction. Every one of them is qualified because every one of those individuals has received bipartisan committee support, Republicans and Democrats voting for them after their hearings in the committee. And yet Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, is blocking critical nominees because he opposes President Trump, and he's done it at every step along the way. Democrats failed to defeat President Trump in November at the ballot box, so instead they're trying to sabotage his team right here on the Senate floor. When Democrats filibuster nominees, they don't even bother to debate their qualifications. Simply delay for the sake of delay and obstruction. Our Senate committees have done their jobs on all of these nominees. Every one of these nominees that's being held up here on the Senate floor, every one of us has appeared at hearings in committee. They've answered a barrage of questions from senators. They passed FBI background checks. They cleared Senate ethics investigations. They passed out of committee. Many and every one that we're going to be voting on in this group this week had bipartisan support. Let's be clear what that means. Democrats here on the floor, Chuck Schumer, are blocking nominees who members of their own party already said, yes, these are qualified. Let's get them on the job. This is unprecedented and it is wrong. Now, Democrats are free to vote no on nominees. That's okay. But an all-out obstruction, it weakens our country and it wastes the Senate's time. Don't take my word for it. Let's listen to what one of the senators on the other side of the aisle said in 2013 when Barack Obama was president. And that was Senator Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts. She came to this very floor, stood over there at that desk, and said, without a government that was staffed, justice would not be established. Our common defense, she said, would be threatened. And the blessings of liberty that we hope to secure through our laws would go unfulfilled. 2013, different president. Well, what changed? Well, what changed is in November, Americans voted to get America back on track, and they elected Donald Trump as president to do it. Democrats' response was to shut down the Senate nomination process and to stop senators from doing the people's business. Today, Republicans are taking decisive action, and we're going to start voting on that in a few minutes, Mr. President. And we are going to break the Senate's procedural logjam. We're returning to the long-established traditions and principles of the Senate. Tomorrow, the Senate will vote on 48 nominees together in a single group. Each and every one of them has received bipartisan support in Senate committees. We're not going to stop there, though. Over 100 more nominees will be ready for confirmation by the end of this week to get that process moving. It's time for the Senate to clear the nominations backlog and clear it quickly, and so we will. That way, the Senate can get back to the work of legislating, of working on behalf of the American people. We have important legislation to consider, appropriations bills. We have the National Defense Authorization Act, the Farm Bill, legislation to make our cities safe from violent criminals. Senate Republicans are going to continue the work of the American people. We're going to continue to work to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate and the provisions of SRS 377 of the 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendars number 89, 105, 107, 121, 122, 123, 124, 132, 133, 135, 136, 137, 139, 141, 142, 152, 153, 154, 156, 157, 161, 177, 180, 185, 251, 276, 277, 278, 279, 283, 285, 289, 290, 297, 298, 303, 305, 324, 344, 346, 352, 356, 362, 365, 149, 286, 302, 350, en bloc, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the en bloc nominations provided for under the provisions of SRS 377 shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Ernst, Mullen, Schmidt, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Hassan, Lujan, Merkley, Van Hollen. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, Aye. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Husted, Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Murray, Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. King, Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Risch, Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Moreno, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Miss Warren, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Crapo, Aye. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Miss Also Brooks, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Miss Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Thune, no.
No worries. On this vote, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 48. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to reconsider the vote.
Questions on the motion?
I ask for the ayes and nays.
This is a second. Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Bozeman, Britt, Cornyn, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Cantwell,
But you
no.
understand what I'm saying to you.
Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan. No. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I make a point of order that consistent with the precedents of the Senate established on November the 21st, 2013 and September 11th, 2025, the threshold for cloture on the block consideration of nominations pursuant to an executive resolution with a calendar number on the executive calendar other than those on level 1 of the executive schedule under 5 U.S.C. 5312 or Article 3 judges is a simple majority.
the precedents set on November 21st, 2013 and September 11th, 2025 do not apply to the consideration of en bloc nominations. The point of order is not well taken.
Mr. President, I appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The question is, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the Senate? The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of Florida, and Wicker. Mr. Merkley, aye.
Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Marshall, No. Mr. King, Mr. King, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Miss Lotkin, Miss Lotkin, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no.
Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Yeas are 47, the nays are 52.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. The decision of the chair is not sustained. The question now occurs on the motion to invoke cloture on the nominations and block provided under the provisions of S.J. Res. 377. S.Res. 377 upon reconsideration. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Moran. Thank you. Thank you.
Sullivan, aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd.
You got Young. All right.
Gotcha. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Graham, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, Lujan, Ossoff, Rosen, and Slotkin. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. King? No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Like, Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Hey, Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
General
Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Markowski, aye.
Yeas are 52, nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked pursuant to the provisions of SRES 377, the nominations listed therein are pending en bloc. Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration and that the Senate now proceed to S-Res 224. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that motions to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, allow me to say things as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. I oppose this measure, and like everyone on this floor, we all want the conflict in Gaza to end as quickly as possible. The reality is that Hamas has the ability to do so right now by releasing all the hostages and immediately laying down their weapons. Let me say that again. We can have a ceasefire immediately, but it takes Hamas to do it. Hamas refuses to do so. Hamas has the duty to do this. They started this. The entity that started this needs to end it, and they can end it by simply stopping fighting and releasing the hostages. They refuse to do that and continue constant attacks. They have the duty to start this ceasefire. One of the things that this measure does that I object to vehemently is the fact that it does not underscore the fact that all of this is the fault of Hamas. Every starvation, every injury, every death, every single thing that happens in this conflict is the fault of Hamas. On October 7th, when this invasion by Hamas started, Israel was doing nothing to deserve this. Instead, Hamas invaded the country. They killed 1,200 people. They took 251 hostage. And if that wasn't enough, the torture that they did on that day was horrific. For those of you who haven't seen the film of what they did, I strongly recommend you don't look at it because you won't sleep. It is inhuman what Hamas did to the Israeli people. The Israeli people believe they have to defend themselves and they have to eliminate Hamas. Worse, Hamas has used previous pauses in humanitarian aid convoys to resupply their attacks at the expense of the Palestinian people, to include looting at gunpoint the majority of the trucks that crossed into Gaza. This is pure evil. They show pictures of women and children starving. Those women and children are starving. They're not being starved by Israel. They are being starved by Hamas. The Hamas fighters you will see in the photography are well-fed, well taken care of, and they steal the food that's supposed to go in there and go to the women and children that are not fighting. This resolution fails to even mention this threat from Hamas, much less recognize the terrorism as the root cause of this conflict. Additionally, we should be very cautious against getting ahead of the negotiations of both our president and our democratic ally, Israel, who are working diligently to resolve this conflict. In fact, the administration has worked with Israel to establish a new system of aid distribution that prevents diversions by terrorists. More aid was delivered into Gaza last month than in almost any other month of the past year. There is no blockade. Food is getting in, Hamas is stealing it. And what they steal, they either eat or they sell. This resolution is incomplete, it is misleading, and unfortunately, it is partisan. For these reasons, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman from Idaho, the chair of our Foreign Relations Committee. I join him enthusiastically in condemning the actions of Hamas, the invasion on October 7th of Israel and the slaughter of 1,200 innocent people, the taking of hostages, and the infliction of suffering that Hamas has inflicted on Palestinians within Gaza. But the situation is much different today than it was a few years ago. And 4 months ago, I stood here and I asked for unanimous consent and support of a Senate resolution on the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. The resolution called for an end to the siege, an end to the war, and the return of the hostages. Since then, more than 400 people have died of starvation, including more than 100 children. And that is ongoing and accelerating. And thousands more have died under bombs in bullets at aid sites themselves. And at the time, I held up this picture of Jinan Iskafi. She died in her parents' arms, the victim of a military blockade on infant formula. Here joining Jinan are children suffering from famine conditions that exist right now, this month. Amir, Marianne, Sham. There is an ongoing famine in Gaza. And the Netanyahu government has made a self-conscious decision to deny people the food and medicine they need to survive. Women waiting for C-sections are trapped in the middle of a bombing campaign. Children are forced to watch their mothers die slowly of cancer with no access to medicine, and the hospitals they need are being destroyed. And at the same time, the Netanyahu government has begun a new military operation to take complete control of Gaza City. In Gaza City's hungry civilians are living under nonstop bombardment, and it is about destroying buildings that are left standing. And it's a bombing campaign that has part of its objective to force them to leave. Netanyahu and officials in his government acknowledge that they want people to move out. They acknowledge that their campaign is in significant part about displacing people who live in Gaza City and forcing them to move elsewhere. And that is at a time when those folks are living in tents, the kids aren't going to school, where they've already moved 6 or 7 times, and where the decision a family has to make is horrific. Do they move to another place where there is no place to go, and they have no guarantee of any kind of safety, or is it better for them and their family to stay where they are and risk that they'll be in the path of the bombing campaign? You know, the definition of international terrorism in our law, Title 18, Section 2331, includes violent actions that are intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. And what is coercion and intimidation more than bombing where people live? You know, Mr. President, 46 senators co-sponsored this simple resolution months ago, and it's about trying to bring an end to this relentless and needless suffering. We must act. We must act so that an innocent son or daughter risking starvation does not starve. We must act to save someone's mother or father from a bomb dropped in Gaza into a place that is already unlivable. And we have to act as a body to do everything we can to end this war. Now, the objection that my colleague made is about Hamas stealing food. And there's no doubt Hamas is stealing food. They care nothing about the Palestinians living under their oppression. But there's also no doubt that the Israeli government self-consciously has restricted the aid that is necessary to get in, has interfered with organizations that were delivering aid, and it's resulting in an extension of the suffering. You know, Mr. President, wars are terrible, not always avoidable. But after the horrors of World War II, we had, as part of the international community, the Geneva Conventions, and it stated that collective punishment is a war crime. Militaries would not be any longer allowed to use food as a weapon in order to press a battlefield advantage. And war may not be avoidable, but those waging war have limits on what they can do in waging even a just war. So this is not just about Gaza. If we relinquish our commitment to the Geneva Conventions, we reopen society's acceptance
of anything goes in causing the suffering of innocents to achieve some military advantage. We do not want to go there. You know, my colleagues have also objected to the declarations of famine, even though that is the declaration that experts, and I say experts, it's people who have as their goal in life's work to try to feed people who are desperately in need of nutrition. You know, in order to hold the children and not suffering, we'd have to completely discount the consensus of every humanitarian expert and agency in the world. The organizations that, in many cases, were founded with the significant help of bipartisan efforts here in this United States Congress. I'm talking about the World Food Program, about UNICEF, about the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, about Mercy Corps, about Doctors Without Borders. All of these organizations have documented the devastating starvation. So this is not a question of whether there is starvation or there isn't. And yes, there can be fault, as the chairman indicated, with Hamas and the role they play, and I condemn that. But there's a significant actor here, and that's the Netanyahu government. When they barred aid trucks from going in, that leads to hunger, starvation, malnutrition, and lack of medicine for people who desperately need it. You know, I do want to thank folks who and Friends Committee, Mercy Corps, Oxfam, and Amnesty International, Med Global, Human Rights Watch, Norwegian Refugee Council, HIAS, CARE, and the dozens of faith-based organizations for being here and always being available to brief members of Congress, but more importantly, to get food to folks who desperately need it. You know, Mr. President, this resolution is going to be rejected today with the objection presented by the chairman. But from my perspective, we can't reject the facts, because the facts won't be rejected in the history books. Kids and innocent Palestinians are starving. We've seen enough to know that right now, Prime Minister Netanyahu is leading a policy of mass forced displacement. People are going from one place to another with whatever it is they can carry on their backs or in their arms. When they go to one place, they are displaced yet again. And there's active discussion about having all of the Palestinians out of Gaza itself. They're being pushed by starvation, by bombing, and by shelling. That, in addition to the restriction on aid that has been imposed by the Netanyahu government, is shocking. We know that the Netanyahu government's rules of engagement, and by the way, using American bombs that are used in ways that have grossly disproportionate civilian casualties. Over 64,000 people in Gaza already killed, many women and children. Nearly 20,000 children are dead. Some experts define these actions as ethnic cleansing. Others suggest it's genocide. And that includes, by the way, many Israeli experts, former intelligence and military officials in organizations, B'Tselem, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Combatants for Peace. They have said that what they see is genocide. You know, there are many labels that could apply to what is happening in Gaza today. In whatever label is used, a war crime or crimes against humanity or ethnic cleansing or genocide, one thing is clear: this must end. It's not about just giving a name or a label. It is about saving lives. And the United States has a unique role because of the close relationship our country has had to Israel and the close relationship that our president has to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And what matters most is the actions we all take to make this suffering end. And that can end with a secure and democratic state of Israel. But it also must acknowledge that what is occurring has to stop because so many innocent people are victims of these bombs, of this starvation, of this forced displacement. The Senate today can demand an end. And Mr. President, I hope my colleagues will join me in passing this resolution. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, before we broke for the August recess, I came to the Senate floor to sound the alarm on our rising national debt and unsustainable fiscal trajectory. Today, I'm here to continue this discussion and remind this body of the dangers we face if we do not change course. In fact, just last week, the Congressional Budget Office announced that our federal deficit this year alone has already surpassed $2 trillion. If that holds, it'll be the third largest deficit accrued in a single fiscal year in U.S. history, behind only the first 2 years of the COVID pandemic. To further put it into perspective, this debt has grown by $700 billion in just the 6 weeks since I spoke about this issue on the floor. That trajectory is incredibly alarming. So, in this case, time is money, and time is running out. And as we approach our next government funding deadline, it's important that we look back on how we got to this point and what we can do about it. Let's look back. On September 30th, 1996, Congress did something that no Congress had done in 30 years. It passed all 12 appropriations bills before the start of the next fiscal year. 1 year later, Congress built on that success by working with then President Clinton to enact the Balanced Budget Act and set enforceable budget caps. And what occurred after this series of bipartisan, common sense cooperation? A 4-year period of budget surpluses. During that time, our economy grew, unemployment and inflation rates reached their lowest levels since the 1960s. Unfortunately, that was the first time since 1969 that our country had experienced a budget surplus, and unfortunately, we have not achieved it since. But the moral of this story is that progress is possible when we set politics aside, work in a bipartisan way, and enact common sense solutions that benefit all of us. Unfortunately, we did not stay on that bipartisan, fiscally responsible path for very long. So let's take a look at what happened next. In 2001, Congress and President George W. Bush enacted a series of tax bills. And I certainly believe that a good tax bill is one that provides relief to middle-class families, and which are the backbone of our economy, and ensures that everyone pays their fair share. But the tax cuts passed during the Bush era did just the opposite, largely benefiting the highest income earners in our country, and in the process, increased the federal debt by trillions of dollars. In fact, in just 3 years, these tax laws caused our country to double the amount of debt that it had accumulated since our nation was founded, putting us on a worse financial footing when we later faced 2 major wars and a global financial crisis. After the 2008 financial crisis, many, including myself, knew that we had to take action to restore fiscal stability. And in the following years, Congress pursued well-intentioned efforts to put us on a better financial path, from attempts to limit deficit spending to identifying fraud, waste, and abuse. But unfortunately, once again, politics got in the way. Republicans threatened to default on our debt rather than come to the table. And this reckless approach led to a permanent extension of the Bush tax cuts and the first of what would be three downgrades to our country's federal credit rating. Fast forward to 2017, when instead of working with Democrats to enact responsible tax reform, Republicans followed the same old tired script. They pushed through a partisan law that benefited the wealthiest Americans and, you guessed it, added $2 trillion to the national debt. And like the Bush tax cuts, it left us unprepared for the country when we faced a generational public health crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic left our country in shambles, with millions of people losing their jobs and shuttering hundreds of thousands of businesses all across our country. Congress appropriately stepped up, passed several pieces of legislation to support American small businesses and workers and help the country to get back on track. But instead of having the means to pay for this essential support, we had to incur additional debt. So fast forward now to 2023. Democrats tried to right the ship by passing the Inflation Reduction Act, which made a nearly $250 billion down payment on our national debt, while improving energy security, lowering prescription drug costs, and creating a more equitable tax code. This was the first legitimate effort to reduce the deficit since the Budget Control Act passed 11 years earlier. But unfortunately, my Republican colleagues reversed course again by passing the big, beautiful mess earlier this summer. Not only did this bill that was passed here this past summer kick millions of people off their health care and made it harder for families to put food on the table by cutting food assistance, it also added, let's hear this, it also added $3.5 trillion to the federal deficit. For those doing the math at home, after our 4-year run of surpluses in 2001, the national debt stood at $5.8 trillion. Today, we stand at more than $37 trillion. All because my Republican colleagues are seemingly convinced that giving tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy will somehow magically help the nation. But time and time again, we've seen the same script yield the same results. This approach simply does not work. Since 2001, $31.6 trillion has been added to our total debt, and thanks to the big bad bill, that total is about to get supercharged. But Mr. President, it won't stop there. Later this month, this body will once again be faced with an impending fiscal challenge funding the federal government. And doing so used to be the bare minimum requirement of Congress. The expectation of most Americans is we just pass the bare minimum and do that and fund the government. It's now become an annual struggle. I stand ready to work with my Republicans to pass a true bipartisan government funding bill, one that ensures vital programs remain funded and that our government remains open. Failure to do so will mean economic catastrophe and a continuation of the trends of the past 30 years that we have just walked through. We can't let that happen, and we must work to end these harmful patterns before it is too late. Working together on the upcoming fiscal package can be that start. If the past 3 decades have shown us anything, It's that there is precedent for how to put our country on a more sustainable financial path. We did it in the late 90s, and we even did it in the early 2010s when we came to several bipartisan compromises. But if we're going to solve this, it's going to take real political courage. The roadmap is certainly there. Now it's just up to each and every one of us to follow that map. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today is one of my colleagues from my Senate office, Ms. Erin Jarnigan. I hate having to put this picture up, Mr. President. Let me tell you why I'm putting it up. Washington, I think we can all agree, is a unique place. Some might call it unusual. Some might even argue, and they could argue persuasively, that normal in Washington, D.C. is just a setting on the clothes dryer. We have a deep-seated propensity in Washington, in the federal government, to look reality in the eye and to deny it. Sometimes that's dangerous. That's what's happening in Ukraine. We're looking reality in the eye and we're denying it. And it's dangerous. And it's not fair to Ukraine. It's not fair to America. And it's not fair to anybody on God's green earth that cares about freedom. This is a picture of people in Ukraine burying their dead. And it's not pretty, but it's real. Now, for 8 months, President Trump has tried to talk to President Putin in Russia. 8 months. And for 8 months, President Putin has made all kinds of promises. A lot of pretty words. A lot of play acting. And he's done none of what he said he would do. He has played, he meaning President Putin, he has played America like a banjo. Like a banjo. President Putin says he wants peace, but he doesn't. And we know that now. That's what I mean when I say we've got to just look reality in the eye and accept that. And President Putin is not going to want peace until the costs of war are greater than peace. It's just that simple. For someone who has blood under his fingernails, for someone who has Stalin's taste for death, and I am, of course, referring to Putin, it's simply a cost-benefit analysis. Does the cost or does the benefit of continuing the war outweigh the cost?
That's just a fact. We're going to have to do something if we all want peace, and we all say we do, including the people of Ukraine. They don't want peace at any price, neither do I. But we all want peace. I know President Trump wants peace. But in order to get peace and to get Putin to negotiate seriously, we're going to have to increase the costs and make the cost on him of prosecuting the war greater than the benefits of him being able to continue to do it. Now, how do we do that? One option is sanctions. Putin has completely transformed Russia. Russia had, before the war, had some tendencies toward, I don't want to overstate this, but I want to be fair, toward a democracy. At least they got to vote. And not every vote was rigged. That's all changed. Putin has turned Russia into a total authoritarian state. He controls the media. If you disagree with him, you go to too problematic. He just kills you, just poisons you. Russia today is as autocratic as China. And their security, their surveillance of their people is just about as pervasive. So Russia has changed. Putin has converted Russia into a war economy. That means that most of the GDP, not all of it, but most, because people have to still live, but most of the GDP in Russia, much of it is devoted toward war, manufacturing weapons, paying money to people to go fight. It's very expensive, and Putin affords it by selling oil. In fact, 40% of Putin's cash flow, the only way he's able to prosecute this war is by selling oil. And one way to get him to the table is to cut off his cash flow. The only way to cut off his cash flow is to cut off his oil sales. One way of doing that would be sanctions. Just say to people throughout the world, if you buy Russian oil, then you're no longer going to be able to do business with the United States of America, and you're no longer going to be able to use the United States dollar. And that's what President Trump has talked about doing. But as you know, President Trump has also said, and I certainly see his point of view, if I'm going to do it on behalf of America, by God, Europe's got to do it, because they're the ones at most risk. And he said, I'm not going to do sanctions and pass the bill that over 80 of us have joined here in the Senate. The president said, I'm not going to do sanctions until all the Europeans agree to sanctions and stop buying Russian oil. And I understand where he's coming from, as I said. The problem with it is you have some European countries. One is Hungary. Another is Slovakia. They tend to be more aligned with Russia than anybody else in the European Union, and they buy oil, and it's going to from Russia, and it's going to take a while to convince them to stop it. It's going to take months. Meantime, Putin is launching 800, not 80, 800 drones and 800 missiles a night at the Ukrainian people. And he's not just aiming that weaponry at the Ukrainian soldiers. He's destroying the civilian population, the infrastructure. He's killing people. In fact, it's escalated. The president met with Putin in Alaska, as we all know, and made a bunch of promises and completely reneged, and all we've gotten for that meeting is 800 missiles and drones a night. So if sanctions are not going to work for now, if it's going to take several months for us to work that out, what can we do? Well, here's what I think we ought to do. And I am introducing legislation to do this. Joining with me will be Senator Graham. It'll be bipartisan legislation. Senator Graham, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Whitehouse. There will be others that will join in the legislation. And we're going to move this legislation. We're going to move it. We're going to seize Russian assets if our legislation passes. And we're going to give those assets to Ukraine to prosecute the war. Here's what I'm talking about. Just about every country in the world has assets in other countries. They don't just keep all their money in their own country. Oftentimes, those assets are liquid assets. And many times they're called foreign exchange reserves. You've probably heard that term, foreign reserves. They're used in trade to convert from one currency to another. When the war, when Putin attacked Ukraine, Russia had 300 plus billion, some say it's as high as $320 billion of assets in Europe and the United States. Most of them are in Europe. About 90% of those assets are in Belgium, in Brussels. Some are in France, the rest are in the United States. We're talking cash here. They originally were in debt securities, but we're talking cash now. There's over $300 billion of cash that the United States and our European allies froze that belongs to Russia. And it's been sitting there. And it's been invested basically in money markets, and we have been sending the interest to Ukraine to help them fight the war. But we've left the principal, the $300 billion, alone. We haven't seized it. We've just frozen it. The time has come to seize it. And I understand the arguments against it. Some in Europe have argued, well, it will break international law. I get it. Russia's already broken international law. Russia's already seized European companies. Russia seized over $400 million cash from J.P. Morgan Chase in accounts they had in Russia. So Russia isn't bothered by international law. It's a violation of international law for them to have invaded Ukraine and to be massacring these people. But I get it. We want to follow the rules even if Russia doesn't. But the time has come to look reality in the eye and no longer deny it, to admit it. If our legislation passes, here's what it would do. We will seize that $300 billion. No longer freeze it, we will seize it. We will give it in tranches, in smaller amounts as they need it to Ukraine. Not all $300 billion, we're still working on language, but not all $300 billion at once. We'll give it to Ukraine in tranches. Ukraine can use that money to buy their own drones and to buy their own missiles. And Ukraine can use that money not to kill Russian civilians, but Ukraine can use that money to buy missiles to take out every single refinery in Russia, cut off their cash flow, take out every single oil refinery in Russia. Ukraine can use that money to buy missiles to take out every single weapons production plant in Russia. Every single one. And make President Putin understand that there is going to be a cost for him prosecuting this war. We need to do that while we're working out what I think will be equally as effective, maybe more effective, this issue of sanctions. But we need to do it now, because we can't wait months and months and months until we get the sanction issue worked out. So if our legislation passes, we'll have to get the permission of our friends in Europe, but we've talked with many of them, and I think they will agree. We will give Ukraine an influx of $300 billion. Not a single taxpayer money from an American will be spent on this. This will all be Russian money. We're going to level the playing field. We're going to see what Mr. Putin is made of. Now, I want to be clear, and I hope the White House is listening to this. I want to emphasize, we're not spending any American money. This is Mr. Putin's money. And I know some people are worried about upsetting him. But he hasn't, he's not like the rest of us. He's not. He purely looks at this as from cost benefit. Human life doesn't matter to him. We're going to make it very, very costly if we do this for him to prosecute that war. I'm going to end on this note. Look, I don't want the American people I know we're tired of overseas wars. I'm tired of them. I know how people feel. I don't want the United States of America to be the world's policeman. I don't. But you know what? I don't want Putin to be the world's policeman either. And I don't want President Xi in China to be the world's policeman either. And I don't want the Ayatollah in Iran to be the world's policeman. And let me tell you what's going on here. Mr. President, you know this. We see it in classified information and non-classified, unclassified information. And you can surmise it if you follow the news. Xi in China, Putin in Russia, and the Ayatollah in Iran are working together. Putin couldn't prosecute this war without China. China sends infrastructure materials, technology every single day to Russia that can be used for civilian uses, but also for military uses. China buys Russian oil to give them the money to run their weapons plants in Russia. Putin and Xi and the Ayatollah are working together. The quarterback, in my opinion, is Xi. It's not Putin. And here is their goal. Their goal is to have Putin dominate Central and Eastern Europe, to have the Ayatollah dominate the Middle East. Iran control the Middle East. Thank God for Israel. Israel's caused them to put that part of their plan on the back burner. Their other objective is to have China dominate the Indo-Pacific. Do whatever they want. And be free to roam, as they're doing, as we talk today, in sub-Saharan Africa and South America. And I'm going to tell you, that's not a world that's safe for freedom. That's not a world that is safe for democracy. This fight in Ukraine is not just about Ukraine. It's not. It's about the Indo-Pacific. It's about Finland. It's about Poland. It's about sub-Saharan African countries. It's about South America and our hemisphere. So I hope the Senate will pass our bill. We're going to move it. If you object to it, stand up in front of God and country and say so. But we got to do something. And I can promise you with $300 billion of new capital, none of which will be American taxpayer money, Ukraine can buy some missiles or get Mr. Putin's attention. And he'll be inviting us to a summit. And he'll be paying for lunch. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Civil quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this week there are advocates here in Congress with the American Cancer Society to advocate for cancer research and prevention. This is life-saving work, and no one does it better than our researchers. In my home state of Washington, we have a lot of incredibly smart people who've been making a lot of incredible breakthroughs for patients. And we have a lot of passionate advocates who've been fighting to support their work. I've lost track of how many times I have visited the Fred Hutch Cancer Center, but every time I am just blown away by the work they are doing, and they aren't the only ones. This isn't just about advancing science though. It is about saving lives and finding new treatments and therapies and cures that give hope to help patients fighting for their lives. Cancer research has a long history of bipartisan support here in Congress, but some of my colleagues across the aisle seem to need a reminder and a wake-up call, because under President Trump, we have seen some reckless moves to undermine medical research, including cancer research. Research funding has been pulled without reason, without warning, and without any thought for the consequences. This administration has tossed clinical trials into chaos, promising cures into limbo, and threatened to abandon our historic global research and leadership in medical research. Just this week, a new report in the New York Times detailed how research into a rare pediatric brain cancer was totally upended because Trump yanked the funding. That research is halted, and that researcher forced to move on to topics that don't rely on NIH funding. It is worth remembering, for many of our rare, deadly diseases, cures are not viewed as a payday for private investors, which makes NIH not just the best hope for finding a cure, but the only hope for desperate patients, at least before Trump came along and stopped funding. And that new article, which details other research Trump has sidetracked as well, is just scratching the surface of how bad this is. I have heard firsthand from researchers who've seen their work disrupted, and students who are considering leaving the United States to continue their studies. I have also received heartbreaking updates from patients, like a mom in my state, fighting colon cancer, who had her shot at a critical clinical trial taken away by Trump's chaotic, illegal funding cuts. And now RFK Jr. has cut off all federal funding for mRNA research, one of the most promising new technologies for cancer treatments. This is so damaging. And in addition to supporting the research that finds new cures, we also need to make sure patients can actually access and afford those cures. That means we have to protect health coverage that helps cancer patients get care. That is why I am fighting to undo damaging Medicaid cuts Republicans passed, and to extend the health care tax credits that are helping millions of families afford coverage right now. We have to make a strong case for cancer research and prevention with facts, science, patient stories, and our voices. And I believe speaking out can have a real impact here. Because when I talk to colleagues on both sides, it's clear there is consensus. We should not let years of leadership fall to the wayside. In fact, in our Senate funding bill, the bipartisan bill that we passed through the Appropriations Committee, we were able to reject some of these damaging cuts and make serious investments in cancer research. But we do have more work ahead to get these bipartisan medical research investments signed into law. Mr. President, I will not stop pushing for that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, what's the status of the floor?
The Senate is in a quorum call.
I would ask unanimous consent to offer remarks as if in morning business.
The Senate is in a quorum call.
I would ask to waive the quorum.
Without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. When I draw a hunting tag, especially for elk, one of the first things that I do is to look at a map of the unit where I drew. And I do that for a couple of reasons. I look to see where the public land is, and I also look to see where the roads are, because the vast majority of time, that's where the elk aren't. Elk need habitat security. If there is food and water and a place to securely bed on national forest land in New Mexico, and that spot is a couple of miles or more from an open road, the odds that elk live there is really, really high. So it's almost like the roadless rule was written for elk hunters, because in fact it was. And if you like to catch wild trout that have never seen the inside of a hatchery, you're probably familiar with some of the roadless refuges where these fish still thrive. And in fact, 70% of the roadless areas in the nation provide crucial habitat for native trout. So it's almost like the roadless rule was written by fishermen, because it was. In fact, it was written by many hunters and fishermen, actually. One of them is today the president and CEO of Trout Unlimited, who served as the senior policy and communication advisor to the chief of the Forest Service when this rule was crafted back in 2001. Now, when my friends draw a coveted Coues deer tag in the boot heel of New Mexico in what is a famous unit, Unit 27, where are they hunting? Chances are they're hiking deep into inventoried roadless areas to glass for these deer that Jack O'Connor made famous when he referred to them in his writings as the gray ghost. So when the Trump administration advocates for eliminating the roadless rule, they are talking about endangering some of the last great wild game habitat on our national forests. These are the backcountry places where we sit around a campfire under a sea of stars and pass our traditions down to the next generation of sportsmen and women. Finalized in 2001, the roadless rule protects nearly 45 million acres of national forest lands that belong to each and every American. From the hazy blue peaks of the Appalachian Mountains to the imposing spires of the Rockies, from the saltwater estuaries of the Croatan National Forest in North Carolina to the towering ponderosa pines of the Santa Fe National Forest in my home state. Across the country, many people's favorite hunting spots, their favorite hiking trails and biking routes, ATV trails, and fishing streams are in these protected roadless areas. When the nation debated the merits of the roadless rule 24 years ago, the Forest Service held 600 public meetings around the country, and these were attended by tens of thousands of Americans. I should know, I attended one of them. The Forest Service received more than 1.6 million comments, and over 95% of those were in favor of these roadless protections. You could ask a group of Americans about apple pie and you wouldn't get a number that high. At the time, this was the largest response to a public comment request ever that any agency had ever seen. And fast forward 2.5 decades to today, and the Trump administration is threatening to throw the roadless rule in the dustbin of history. Except this time, the process looks very different. The administration opened the public comment period on August 29th and will close it Friday. Now, I know how slow and deliberate government can sometimes be, but there should be no shortcut to public engagement and to the democratic process. And yet, a shortcut, or maybe more accurately, a short circuit, is exactly what this administration has chosen. With an under-resourced and understaffed Forest Service, I know for a fact that the resource professionals and the scientists at the Forest Service do not support eliminating the roadless rule. This is being imposed upon them by people in the White House who frankly have never harvested a bull elk or released a native trout or otherwise experienced the wonder of God's creation in the very lands that represent the anvil on which our nation's character was forged. The truth is that the roadless rule protects us from wildfires, it ensures clean drinking water for communities, and it sustains wildlife habitat for wildlife and for sportsmen. Wildfire prevention is at the heart of why the roadless rule is so important. 88% of wildfires are started by human activity, and 95% of human-caused fires begin within a half-mile of a road. And you can imagine why. It's not complicated. Cars backfire. Cigarette butts get thrown out a window. Trailer chains can spark on a rock. Sometimes campfires get mismanaged. These things happen where we can get with a car or a truck. So roads vastly increase the probability of wildfires rather than reducing them. And the roadless rule specifically allows for the removal of fuels that promote unnaturally intense wildfire. And this helps to create a healthier forest and reduce wildfire risk. The bottom line is that when we build new roads in protected areas, we risk more fires, not fewer. In states like Idaho and Utah, more than 35% of roadless lands have had work done to help reduce fire in those roadless areas. In Montana, almost 30% of roadless areas have had similar treatments. The idea that roadless rule somehow prevents us from taking steps to lessen wildfire risk and from affecting human communities is patently wrong and inaccurate. The reality is that the federal government should be spending its scarce resources to focus on protecting communities closer to roads, because that's where the people, homes, and towns are. And can I talk for just a minute about the economics of building roads in roadless areas for a minute? The Forest Service maintains a more than $8.6 billion with a B, billion-dollar backlog on maintenance of its existing infrastructure and roads. Why would we countenance building new roads in backcountry areas with low timber values and extremely high costs when we can't even take care of the existing roads that we already have? Beyond wildfire prevention, the roadless rule protects the water sources that sustain our communities. Many people don't know that large cities like Atlanta and Denver and Los Angeles rely on water supplies from our national forests. And in fact, some 180 million people, over 68,000 communities, large and small, rely on forested lands to capture and filter drinking water. That means that the Forest Service lands are the largest source of municipal water supply in the nation, serving over 60 million people across 33 different states. Roadless areas actually protect the headwaters of many municipal watersheds, and that includes places like the water supply for the city of Santa Fe in my home state. When they rescind the roadless rule, it threatens access to clean water for millions of Americans. Now, finally, the roadless rule preserves the fish and wildlife habitat and sustains a hunting, fishing, and recreation economy. Every year, I and millions of other hunters rely on public lands to feed our souls and to feed our families. The Sportsman Alliance estimates that in 2022, recreational hunters alone generated $133 billion in economic output, created 1.3 million jobs, supported more than $80 billion in wages alone. And this is part of a larger pattern. The Bureau of Economic Analysis calculated that the economic output of outdoor recreation in 2023 was over $1 trillion. If the administration builds roads in these places, we not only lose these experiences, but our economies lose their customers. It's not just me saying this. Constituents across my state are saying it to me too. Michael writes from Albuquerque, he says, this seems to be rushed without full consideration of the ramifications. I do not want the health and solitude of our forests compromised by opening the door to unwanted development. Diane from Taos writes, please vote to stop the plan to rescind the roadless rule. I lead herb identification walks in the Taos area, and so many people come to this state to enjoy the beauty of untrammeled forest. We need to stop Trump and his abuse of our public lands. And Hannah writes from Santa Fe. She writes, our forests need our help now more than ever. It's hard to feel so hopeless to help them these days, and I hope you will defend our forests. So I stand here today supported by my own experiences and supported by the voices of constituents to defend these forests. But I'm not only defending our forests. In fighting for the roadless rule, we're fighting for protections for our roadless areas and against putting special interests first. We are fighting for local economies for all and against industrial development for a wealthy few. Gifford Pinchot was the first chief of the United States Forest Service, and he once said, the vast possibilities of our great future will become realities only when we make ourselves responsible for that future. We are responsible for that future, and the actions that we take today will reverberate for generations to come. I am fighting for the roadless rule, and I urge you to join me. To my colleagues in the Forest Service, I ask that you extend the public comment period for the public so that we can hear their voices. And to the American people and my constituents in New Mexico, I urge you to engage in the public commenting process and make sure that your voices are heard. Thank you, Mr. President. The absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. President, I would want to say right off the top, it was truly an honor to join President Trump at the White House on Monday. He assembled Senator Hagerty and I and some of the federal agencies in the Oval Office to sign an executive order and to announce the deployment of the National Guard to Memphis. And it is going to be several federal agencies that are going into Memphis. Now, the reason for this is that Memphis has had the highest crime rate in the country. And for years, we have seen Democrats that have enacted soft-on-crime policies, and this has taken truly a tragic toll on Memphis. In many parts of the city, Memphians cannot walk outside without fear of being mugged, robbed, carjacked, murdered. And what we know is this: Memphis, Tennessee is a historic city. It has a very rich cultural history. And it is also the logistics hub of our nation. We have the Port of Memphis. We have FedEx. We have I-40 that goes from the East Coast to the West Coast that runs right through Memphis. And we are also home to all 5 Class A railroads. Now, Memphis also has a lot of major corporations. FedEx is located in Memphis. It was started in Memphis and has remained there. You also have St. Jude, which is so vital to medical research in our nation. International Paper, so many other companies are located there. But the crime crisis in Memphis has been driven by gang violence, and it has held that city and that West Tennessee region back for about 4 or 5 years now. And there are actually about 100 gangs that are there in Memphis. So President Trump is doing his best to help work to make Memphis safe again. Now, we have had an FBI operation that has taken place in Memphis, and this marks the next phase of what is a multi-pronged, multi-agency strategy to fight this crime. This summer, the FBI, under Director Patel, conducted Operation Viper in Memphis. And the FBI worked with the Memphis Police Department and Chief Davis. And what they did was to surge federal resources from the FBI into Memphis and Shelby County in order to actually arrest and get indicted and try these gang leaders. And so as we go into this next phase, you're going to see additional resources come to bear. You're going to see the ATF, the DEA, Homeland Security, continued sources from the FBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Marshals Service. They're all going to be there to support the Memphis Police Department. This is going to be important to do to make certain that this crackdown on crime, making Memphis safe, is going to continue. Now, the National Guard is a part of this, as I said, and these National Guardsmen and women are going to help maintain order so that the Memphis police officers can be on the street and be tracking down and arresting these criminals, getting them off the street. We saw this strategy succeed in Washington, D.C., where in just over a month, the president's crime crackdown here in our nation's capital brought car thefts down 36%, robberies were down 62%, homicides were down 57%. Tennesseans have been applauding this success that we have seen. Memphians are applauding this. I've talked to Memphians who have been here this week, and they are so pleased to see the president's commitment so that they know this is going to be a long-term effort to make certain that we address crime. Now, in the Senate, we have several bills that are supporting this effort. My Ending Cashless Bail in Our Nation's Capital Act, which would require Washington, D.C. to use the highest level of cash bail necessary for dangerous offenders as a condition of pretrial release. My Keep Violent Criminals Off Our Streets Act, which would ban the award of certain federal funds to states and localities across the country that limit the use of cash bail. My Federal Carjacking Enforcement Act would empower federal prosecutors to hold carjackers accountable. My Restoring the Career Criminal Act would reinstate an important tool for prosecutors to seek enhanced penalties against violent repeat offenders. Restoring Law and Order Act would increase funding for law enforcement and help keep violent criminals behind bars. We should get all of these bills across the finish line and ensure that President Trump has the tools he needs to restore law and order in this country. We should pass these bills so that our law enforcement, our judges, our DAs have every tool they need to get these career criminals, these gang leaders off the streets in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senate in a quorum call?
We are, Senator.
I'd ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last Wednesday, the uniquely American tragedy of gun violence struck Colorado yet again. At Evergreen High School in Jefferson County, a 16-year-old shot and injured 2 students and an administrator. Tonight, these 3 victims are still recovering, and their classmates and teachers and families are still reeling. Every elementary and middle school in the state is wondering whether they might be next. It has been 26 years since the Columbine tragedy. 26 years since 2 gunmen murdered 13 students and a teacher and left many others physically and mentally wounded for life. Since that day, Jefferson County, Colorado has done what no community should ever have to do. They have built some of the strongest systems in the nation to prepare for and respond to mass shootings at their schools. At Evergreen, Mr. President, teachers acted so quickly that when the shooter tried door after door looking for students and teachers, he couldn't breach a single classroom. Law enforcement arrived on the scene in under 2 minutes and located the shooter in fewer than 5. Every single one of us should be grateful to every teacher, administrator, and first responder and student who acted with courage at Evergreen High School. Their bravery saved countless lives, and they now stand as a national example of how to respond to one of these terrible situations. Mr. President, it shouldn't never have to be this way. I remember Columbine as if it were yesterday. I was in the Houston airport coming home from a work trip when I saw our Colorado high school flashing on the screens of every single television set in the terminal. It filled me, as it did all Americans, with horror. How could something like this happen in America? My wife, Susan, was 6 months pregnant with our oldest daughter, Caroline, and all I could think about was getting home to my family. But Caroline and her sisters, her 2 sisters, Helena and Ann, like millions of other American kids, have grown up in the shadow of Columbine. They have borne witness to an endless onslaught of mass shootings. Each tragedy is piled on top of the last one during their young lives. In the summer of 2012, a gunman walked into a crowded theater in Aurora, Colorado, and killed 12 innocent people and wounded 58 more. We lost sons and daughters and friends and neighbors, all full of life and full of aspiration, loved by family and loved by friends. A few months later, Sandy Hook shook the entire nation to its knees. 21st graders, and 6 teachers killed in mere moments. We hoped then that Congress would finally act. Mr. President, I can remember the chamber, that balcony in the chamber being filled with parents and children of people who had been massacred in their elementary school, hoping against all hope that this body would do something to respond, that Congress would finally pass background checks, something that 90% of the American people support. As everybody knows, to our everlasting shame, we didn't. We failed to act. And somewhere along the nation, Mr. President, we became numb to these tragedies. I will never forget in 2017, after a gunman slaughtered 58 people in Las Vegas who were across the street from his hotel. I sat through 5 or 6 meetings the next day before anybody mentioned that 58 people had been killed in that mass shooting. Ultimately, 60 lives were stolen as we carried on with business as usual here in Washington. We have become numb, but Mr. President, for the sake of our children, we cannot be numb. We need to understand that our children never can become numb. They won't become numb. They can't move on because this is their one chance to be an elementary school student. This is their one chance to be a middle school student. This is their one chance to be a high school student. And when they witness, even at a distance, even from another town or another state, children being destroyed or wounded by something like the Aurora movie theater shooting, or like Columbine, or like the Evergreen shooting, the fear that enters their young lives is whether they might be next. That is what they carry to school day after day after day throughout their young lives. And the result of that is, and the result of our inaction, is that America's children carry a burden unlike any generation before them or any other country in the industrialized world. They are the generation of school metal detectors, active shooter drills, and bulletproof backpacks. They live with the constant terror that they could be next. Colorado's children have grown up in the shadow of Columbine. And 25 years later, we are still losing this fight. And they have the right to be terrified. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for America's kids. Think about that, Mr. President. Think about that. Gun violence is the leading cause of death of America's kids. 25 years ago, when Columbine happened, it was car accidents. Now it is gun violence. When I heard that statistic, Mr. President, I assumed that most of those gun deaths must be accidents, but only 5% were. Only 5% were. The rest were homicides and suicides and mass shootings. In other words, the leading cause of death in America, in the richest country in the world, in the greatest country in the world, is violent shootings of our own children. There is no other country in the industrialized world where that is even close. And the indifference in this body is staggering. The claim that this is somehow the price of freedom is staggering, or that this is what the Constitution of the United States requires for us to fully embrace the rights enunciated by the founders of this country. That is incomprehensible. The price of freedom, Mr. President. What about the freedom of our children, the right of our children to be able to go to school with the freedom that they are not going to be gunned down? The freedom of the knowledge to know that their classmates are not going to be gunned down, or that they could go there and be next on the list. What about that freedom, Mr. President? That seems as fundamental as any other freedom that is articulated in the Constitution of the United States, which, after all, guarantees us our rights as citizens in this nation, including our children. We may have become numb, Mr. President, but our children never will, because they are as evergreen as Evergreen High School. This is the first time and the last time that they will be elementary school students and middle school students and high school students. I think we need to find a way to channel their raw emotion, their confusion, their anger, their fear, their terror, and summon the will to overcome our failures, this generation's failures. My home state of Colorado has tried to do that. We have made progress, Mr. President. After the massacre at Columbine, we closed the gun show loophole, which 90% of the American people support. After the tragedy in Aurora, we strengthened background checks in my state. In the wake of the shooting at Club Q, we raised the age to purchase a firearm from 18 to 21. And this year, Governor Polis signed 3 common-sense gun violence prevention laws restricting the sale of certain semi-automatic firearms, requiring retailers to keep ammunition locked, and setting age limits for gun shows. Colorado is making progress, but states can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. In Colorado, a western state that has a majority of unaffiliated voters, in our purple state, that takes pride in our hunters and our anglers and in our ranchers, if we can find the will to act, so can the United States Congress. And for the sake of our children, we must. Thank you, Mr. President, and with deep, deep regret, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, I would do anything for my country. If an epitaph was ever written to the greatest generation, that would be it. I would do anything for my country. Mr. President, these words were spoken by one of the remaining heroes from that selfless age. He celebrates his 100th birthday this week. And on this momentous occasion, we owe him thanks for his service. There he is. His story is powerful. His example is certainly worth following. At the end of 1941, a teenage attendant was knocked down when an air compressor knocked him off his feet. He was working at Hoosier Peat Filling Station in Indianapolis. And that blast broke windows. It tore off the roof of a room. It cracked a wall. But it could not keep Clyde Milligan down. Shortly after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, the minor explosion at that station was forgotten, but Clyde was on his feet at a military recruiting station. What was under his feet demonstrated his devotion to this country, his belief in it at a ripe age. You see, Clyde was 16 years old. He was a sophomore at Ben Davis High School outside of Indianapolis, and the legal enlistment age at the time was 18. But Clyde could not tell a lie. Nothing was going to stop him from fighting for America, though. So before Clyde walked into that recruiting office, he wrote the number 18 on the soles of his shoe. And when the recruiting officer asked if he was over 18, Clyde, of course, said yes. As a staff sergeant, Clyde guarded the beaches in Virginia and Maryland, and that was a dangerous duty. Those beaches were vulnerable to U-boats. This assignment was made sufferable, he said, by the dances that are held at that camp. But those evenings and any other comforts were soon just fading memories by the time Clyde deployed to the South Pacific. He was a soldier for the 111th Infantry Regiment, and he crossed the Marshall Islands, leading a squadron during the Allied invasion of Kwajalein. Clyde and his men helped secure American control of that island. They destroyed a link in the Japanese defensive perimeter, and for his valor, Clyde was awarded numerous honors, though the one he was most proud of was the Combat Infantry Badge. That was a few years into a young man's life. Long time ago. Like so many of the boys who were asked to and did the impossible, storming the beaches of Normandy, liberating concentration camps, island hopping across the Pacific, when the war ended, Clyde returned back home. This Hoosier boy he married, he was wed for many years to his late wife, Marie. He worked for and then owned a small business. He dedicated himself to his community and his church. He's still spending his energy to this day on behalf of New Hope Christian Church in Whitestown, Indiana. And though the war had interrupted his education in the 1990s, Clyde, representing his fellow World War II veterans who had left school to join the fight, Clyde was awarded an honorary high school diploma. Clyde, you can see, has lived the American dream. And like so many soldiers, he seldom speaks about his service during the war, seldom references the sacrifices. He said in the past that he witnessed things while serving in the South Pacific that no teenager should ever see. What he shared about his service, I'm told, was as sense of duty, his commitment to the men he led, and his respect for those he fought under. And whether he will admit it or not, I suspect the answer is no. Clyde Milligan is one of our best. You might even call him a hero. A hero for the way he answered his country's call in a time of peril, for the way he lived his life after the war ended. A life guided by faith, full of achievements and friendships, and, as the Bible says, years. There have been many great generations of Americans, dating back to our founding, and I trust there will be many more. The patriotism and humility of one inspires the next. So let's continue to cherish and honor our greatest generation and the greatest of our generation. Let's inspire this generation and the generations that follow by recognizing these standout citizens, some of them citizen warriors who helped us win World War II. So when future Americans are called to greatness, they too, in Clyde Milligan's words, will do anything for their country. On this monumental birthday, we all, from the United States Senate back to his church in Whitestown, send him our best wishes and enduring thanks. I yield the floor.
I recognize the Minority Whip.
Mr. President, today the Judiciary Committee Subcommittee on Immigration has held a hearing entitled "Another Biden Blunder, Missing Unaccompanied Alien Children and Criminal Sponsors." I attended this hearing. It certainly begs the question, why, now that they're in control, are Senate Republicans continue to focus on the Biden administration instead of examining the policies of this administration? When I was chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, we held not one, but two full committee hearings on Biden administration handling of unaccompanied children. It's a legitimate issue. We must do everything in our power to protect these kids, and that requires oversight of policies that are in place now, not in the stories of history. Just look at yesterday's oversight hearing with FBI Director Kash Patel. Director Patel deflected my questions related to his gutting of a unit in the FBI that was investigating something known as the 764 Group, an organization the FBI itself described as, quote, a nihilistic, violent, extremist group that seeks to blackmail children to perform vile acts on camera. News reports released yesterday noted that in nearly every agent on Baltimore's domestic terrorism squad was reassigned this year to work full-time on immigration enforcement, forcing them to walk away from investigations of the 764 Group. This change at the FBI is dramatic. Counterterrorism, counterinsurgency. All of these areas where the FBI has expertise and developed professionals are being told they have a new assignment. Go out and find undocumented people in the United States. There are 11 million of them. In fact, roughly 20% of all FBI agents reportedly have been diverted from their critical national security and public safety roles, including protecting children from extremists and traffickers, to work on President Trump's mass deportation effort. Even worse, the data shows that this administration is not focusing its immigration enforcement on, quote, the worst of the worst, as the president says. Instead, they're picking up innocent, law-abiding people. Just consider the recent raid of the Hyundai Meta plant in Georgia. Hundreds of agents from across the country raided this factory. The agents, many of whom work on priority counterterrorism and drug enforcement cases, did not have experience in low-priority immigration enhancement operations. They ended up arresting hundreds of South Korean nationals who were in the country to install the equipment at the plant so that eventually American workers could go to work at that factory. Now the South Korean government is investigating human rights abuses during that raid, and construction on the facility is paused at least for another year, maybe two. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau was reportedly forced to express, quote, deep regret over the incident in a meeting with his South Korean counterpart. I've read some of the news accounts. The South Koreans are livid. Here's our government begging them to put businesses and factories in the United States, and we raid this and take away 300 South Koreans who were there for transition on that factory, some of them in shackles and handcuffs. Americans want immigrants who have committed serious crimes to be deported, but raiding factories like the Hyundai factory isn't going after criminal gangs or murderers. The Georgia raid demonstrated that the Trump administration's priority is not really public safety, but rather meeting White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's arrest quotas. Mr. Miller needs a body count to slake his insatiable thirst to punish immigrants. Miller has ordered ICE agents to focus on arresting individuals at Home Depots and 7-Elevens. Remember the categories we were looking for? Rapists, murderers, terrorists, and criminally insane? Go to that Home Depot parking lot, right? Doesn't make sense. His targets are not those in President Trump's infamous litany. Brown skin and a Spanish surname is good enough. In order to meet Miller's quotas, ICE is arresting first and asking questions later. DACA holders, immigrants with lawful status, and even U.S. citizens have been caught up in this disastrous effort. Even worse, a recent U.S. Supreme Court order has paved the way for ICE raids on any employer who hires someone with an accent for a low-wage job. I've seen the devastating impact of these policies in my state of Illinois. People are fearful of masked men in unmarked vans who could grab them at any time because of how they look or their voice, their accent. Parents are terrified to take their kids to school, and businesses are suffering as people are scared to go to work. Just last weekend, I was in a section of Chicago known as Little Village. The Chamber of Commerce appealed to me, Senator, would you come out to dinner in our neighborhood next time you're on the road and have a place to pick? We need the business. The President is ramping up his immigration raids in Chicago in the so-called Operation Midway Blitz. This operation is not going to make Illinois or America safer. In fact, 70% of the immigrants detained by Trump so far have no criminal convictions. Instead, this effort will deepen the fear in our communities, making hardworking immigrant families frightened to send their kids to school, go to the hospital, or report suspicious activity to the police. The majority of Americans do not support these anti-immigrant actions. If it's a dangerous person, they've got to be gone. But these are people who are paying their taxes and going to work and sending their kids to school and sitting right behind you in church. They are not dangerous by any means. Immigrants have been a key part of the American success story at every level. That's why in Illinois, including in the great city of Chicago, we embrace immigrants as members of our community who pay their taxes and help make our economy thrive and our city strong. Our nation needs immigrants more than ever. I just last week had the major farm groups in Illinois meet with me, 3 different groups in the same day. After they made their presentations about how tough things are on the farm because of tariffs and their inability to sell on an international basis, I said to them, I want to ask you a favor. Each and every one of you has told me you need immigrant labor on your farms to continue operating. Will you say it publicly? Will you let America know that immigrants perform a valuable function in dairy farms, livestock operations, orchards, farms of all kinds? They are an important part of the workforce. Our nation needs immigrants now more than ever. Look at the numbers. If DACA is struck down, experts predict that our economy will lose an estimated $11.7 billion each year in wages. What was DACA? An executive order of President Obama based on my bill, the DREAM Act. It said if young people are brought here before age 18 and they've grown up in this country with no criminal record or question about their background, they ought to have a chance to stay here without fear of deportation for 2 years at a time. Even these young people who are complying with that executive order and carefully making sure they file on time are being subject to deportation by the Trump administration. Without continued immigration, the U.S. working age population is going to shrink by 6 million by the year 2040. People like Stephen Miller would cheer that information. I'm fearful of it. We need a competent, large enough workforce, not taking jobs from current Americans, but providing for the future. As Americans retire, this could lead to a 23% reduction in monthly Social Security payouts to retirees. When the immigrants are not working, they're not paying their taxes, of course, and they're not paying into Social Security. They're an important part of the future of this country. So rather than costly operations to deport hardworking immigrants with no criminal convictions, I urge my colleagues to come to the table and work with us on a bipartisan basis to reform our immigration system and secure our border in a sensible, humane way. Mr. President, it wasn't that long ago that I was part of a group of 8, Senator John McCain, Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, and others were joining in a bipartisan effort to build a bipartisan immigration bill. It was a good bill. It passed with over 60 votes on the floor of the United States Senate. The House refused to take it up, and it's unfortunate because it would have solved many of the problems which have faced all of the presidents since. We can do the right thing for this country, make sure that dangerous people are not part of our future, but that those who want to make America a greater country, as they have over and over again, have that opportunity. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Historic cooperate.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
No.
Okay. I come to the floor this afternoon to join a number of my colleagues because time is of the essence. If Congress doesn't act to extend tax credits for the costs of health insurance, millions of Americans are going to lose their coverage, and many more could see their costs go up by as much as 75%. And that's on top of the most recent inflation data that shows our economy is headed in the wrong direction. And despite those numbers, everything that we've seen from this administration, from its tariff policy raising prices on cars to coffee, to the passage of the one big, beautiful bill, or betrayal, as I call it, that ripped Medicaid away from millions of Americans to finance tax breaks for billionaires. All of those actions has made the affordability crisis for average Americans worse. For far too many American families, this growing affordability crisis includes the rising cost of health care. We in Congress must not let these concerns go unanswered, especially when we have the ability to act. And we have the solution to prevent health care costs from skyrocketing even further overnight. That's why a number of my colleagues and I have worked in the Senate to introduce bicameral legislation that would permanently extend the enhanced premium tax credits, those benefits that allow so many Americans, our neighbors, our small businesses, our friends, who rely on that help to keep their premium costs low to be able to afford health insurance. Extending the tax credits has been a priority, and we've been calling attention to the looming expiration of these vital tax credits since last year. In fact, 3 times during this past year, my Democratic colleagues and I have tried to pass our legislation to offer some real relief to working families grappling with the high cost of living. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have blocked each and every one of these efforts. Now, this program, to provide that help that families need to cover their cost of health insurance, this program is set to expire at the end of the year, and there's no plan in sight to replace it and to help families afford health insurance. Allowing these tax credits to expire is going to harm the record enrollment in the ACA marketplace that so many people have worked so hard to achieve. And this past year has been record enrollment in the ACA. Now, what does it mean for Americans if we allow these tax credits to expire? It means that 24 million Americans will see their health insurance costs go up. It means that 4 million Americans could lose their coverage entirely. And that's not an exaggeration, because that's based on the nonpartisan data from the Congressional Budget Office. Now, according to a report that a number of us commissioned from the Georgetown Center on Health Insurance Reforms, eliminating these tax credits will disproportionately hurt older people, those who live in rural areas, and small business owners, those people who can least afford to pay additional costs for their health insurance. On average, marketplace premiums will rise by 75%, roughly $700 a year. That's the biggest increase in over a decade. And this price increase affects the very people who can least afford rising costs right now. I spoke with one of my constituents last week, Paul from Canaan. Canaan is a small town in the northern part of New Hampshire. He's one of those people who we talk about, who Georgetown University Center talked about when they talked about the impact of those cost increases on Americans. Paul's employer-sponsored insurance would be prohibitively expensive for him and his family. And it's Not only that, it's not accepted by a lot of the providers in his area. His wife also has an autoimmune disease, and his son needs insurance coverage in order to attend the University of New Hampshire. So that means that those enhanced premium tax credits, the benefits that we provided in Congress to ensure that families like Paul's could afford their health insurance, they have been a lifeline for him. He told me that thanks to the credits, he no longer fears that one single emergency room visit could bankrupt his family. But sadly, without those enhanced premium tax credits, not only Paul, but millions of Americans will have to make difficult choices about what they can live without so they can afford health insurance. That should be unacceptable to all of us in the United States of America. The American people are rightfully concerned about the soaring costs of health care coverage, and they're looking to Congress. They're asking us to work together to get this done. I'm here to remind all of our colleagues, along with Senator Welch and those of us who are speaking to this, but mostly our Republican colleagues, some of whom I know are very aware of what an issue this is for their constituents. They're also aware that the clock is ticking. Some Republicans in Congress keep saying, let's wait. We have time to deal with this later. Unfortunately, we now know that there is a cost to waiting. Just yesterday, the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, estimated that if we don't act, if we wait until the end of the year to pass an extension, that 1.5 million more people will go uninsured. Premiums will still go up, and waiting actually costs the federal government an additional $10 billion. So for all of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who were so anxious to cut different aspects of our government because they want to fund their tax decrease for the wealthiest in this country, they ought to care about an additional $10 billion that it's going to cost if we wait to address this issue. Waiting to act is going to leave more Americans uninsured. It's going to cost patients more for their hard-earned income, and it's going to be more expensive for the federal government. So while I'm encouraged by some of the public reporting that several of our Republican colleagues are interested in extending the ACA enhanced premium tax credits, the time for us to act is now. The president's own pollsters have warned that not extending these tax credits would be a political catastrophe for the GOP. I would hope that we could all agree that addressing the affordability crisis that Americans are facing because of the increasing costs of everything from groceries to rent to electricity, those shouldn't be partisan issues. I know there are many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who understand these stakes, who are worried about what's happening with their constituents. So let's come together. Let's address the American people's concerns. Let's put aside the politics and work to keep health care premiums affordable. Let's support the small business owners who power local economies all across the country and create 2/3 of the jobs in America. Let's preserve this vital program that keeps Americans healthy and safe. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you very much. And I thank my colleague, the senior senator from New Hampshire. You know, I really appreciate her very practical presentation about a common concern that we have, Republicans and Democrats, and that is that we do no harm when it comes to the profound insecurity people are feeling about having access to health care for themselves, for their partners, for their kids. And, You know, we've got real differences in this chamber. Little introductory remarks about the one big beautiful bill. You know, I do think it's a terrible bill. I do think that we've taken money from healthcare and other areas to fund a tax cut for very wealthy people. I think it's bad for the economy and creates a lot of insecurity. We're also having a big battle about the funding of government, which is a responsibility that we all have. And I want to be candid. I take significant issue with the president when he says, don't even bother dealing with Democrats. This always is a budget issue that has to involve Democrats and it has to involve Republicans. If we don't talk, we don't resolve differences, and we're not even in a position to do our job and find common ground. So we're in a pickle. That creates some hard feelings as we try to work through this. And I don't want to dwell on that because we do have different points of view on that. But we've got a situation here, as the senior senator from New Hampshire described, where if these health care premium supports expire, every American who has come to depend on access to health care through Obamacare, which is now accepted as an important element in our health care system, every person on that is in incredible jeopardy. And I know that every single member of this Senate is very concerned about access to health care for the people they represent. There's no alternative for folks out there that is even being discussed if we don't continue the premium support for people who are getting their health care through the Affordable Care Act. So I want to focus on this as the senator did. I don't want to focus on the partisan differences. I want to focus on the concrete reality that a family is going to face if the Affordable Care credits expire. Number one, as Senator Shaheen said, this can't wait. The date is going to arrive, the tax credits expire, people who are depending on that health care won't have it. 24 million Americans will face higher costs. And again, I want to emphasize, that's not 24 million Democratic families. That's not 24 million Republican families. It's 24 million families. It's in both our states. It's not political. It's about health care, which every single citizen, we want them to have it and have it be affordable. Premiums are going to increase on average about 75%, as the senator said. 1 in 4 people who have a chronic condition are going to lose out on coverage. 3.3 million small business owners will see their premiums increase. And I just want to stop on that point for a moment, because the senator, my colleague here, has done so much for small business, and that's because she knows, as I do and I know as you do, Mr. President, that small businesses are so vital to the well-being of our community. And one of the things I've learned from my visits to small businesses is really pretty inspiring, because I see those Vermont small business owners, their employees are like family to them. The most important thing to them is to make sure that the employees are doing well. One of the things that is really important to our employers is that they can provide health care. But with the premiums going up like this, it's a wicked decision and discussion between the business owner and the employees about a raise versus picking up the high cost of a premium increase. That's going to be aggravated if these tax credits expire. 1.6 million of those folks in small businesses would lose coverage. Again, I want to make this concrete now. You know, in Vermont, 27,000 people who rely on the tax credits will lose their health insurance. They just won't be able to afford it. Let me give you a couple of examples of the real world here in Vermont. The annual premium increase for a 60-year-old couple in Vermont that earns $82,000 a year. And that's tough to get by if you have a family on that amount of money. But the premium increase is going to be $23,000. That's a fact. That's a 335% increase. But that's like $2,000 a month. So what that says to that family is you're on your own. No health care. In Nebraska, 112,000 folks rely on the Affordable Care monthly premium tax credits. The annual premium increase for a Nebraska family, a 60-year-old couple that are earning $82,000, $83,000 a year, $23,000, pretty much the same as Vermont. In California, there's 1.5 million folks relying on the ACA premium tax credit. That 60-year-old couple making $82,000, it's going to be an additional $17,000. In Connecticut, 112,000 folks are going to lose access to health care with these increases. That 60-year-old couple with $82,000 in income, a $28,000 premium increase, 541%. And in a lot...
Yield for a question?
I will.
I think one of the things that people don't understand, and I don't know if you agree with me, is that what's going on here is that as these costs go up and as it becomes harder for people to enroll in the Affordable Care Act marketplace because of other changes that were made in that big betrayal bill, that the risk pool, a lot of healthy people don't sign up again, and so the risk pool gets includes a lot more people who are sicker, who have illnesses, and as the insurance companies are looking at those projections, they're saying, well, we got to raise rates because if we don't, we're not going to be able to cover the people who need help. And that doesn't just affect those people who have those health insurance costs, but all of the rest of us are going to pay more for our health insurance too. Would you agree that that's part of what's going on? That's what we heard from the Georgetown University Center on Health Insurance Reform.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, because what drives everyone crazy is the so-called cost shift. And a lot of our community hospitals, they get under-reimbursed oftentimes on Medicare or Medicaid, and then the employer-sponsored premiums are the only place the providers can go to cover their legitimate cost. So there is a huge spike in the cost. And if you have all these folks without health care and they're showing up and getting free care, then somebody's got is right in pointing out that we've got this broken system that we're making worse with this effort. So thank you so much for that, Senator from New Hampshire. But I wanted to go back to just these numbers, too. In Alaska, 23,000 folks, they can lose their health care or they're going to have a premium increase, that family with $82,000, $800 income. It's $44,000. Okay? So that's a 554% increase. In Wyoming, 40,000 folks rely on the ACA tax credits. That 60-year-old couple with an $82,000 income, their premium is going up $37,000. That's $3,000 a month, okay? In West Virginia, 49,000 folks lose it. That 60-year-old couple, $82,000 income, $39,000 premium increase. $3,000 a month. You know, what we know is that can't happen. It cannot happen. You're literally, through passivity in this United States Senate, where we have the option to act or we have the option to hide. The second option is sending a direct premium increase to our families up to $40,000 in a year for people who make $80,000. So if this happens, this is on us. If this happens, it's on us. I will yield to the senator from Illinois.
I'd like to ask through the chair a basic question to my friend from Vermont. You've been involved in politics a few years, so have I. I'm trying to understand if I were a Republican senator who voted for this kind of premium increase for people in my state, more than a handful, a lot of people in my state, how I would explain it. Do you know?
Well, if you're a billionaire, it works out, okay? The fact is, it can't be explained. It hasn't happened yet. This is about to go into effect if we don't act as the Senate. Yeah.
When you say it's just about to happen, is it the announcement of the premium or the actual imposition of the premium increase?
It's the actual imposition of the premium increase. The only way we can spare this heartache and literally taking away people's health care is by extending those the premium tax credits. So that's a decision this body has to make.
So you used an example, through the chair, you used an example of Wyoming.
I did.
You say 60,000 people in Wyoming?
Let me get that number for you. Well, go ahead. I'll get it.
I was trying to figure out if someone's making $82,000 a year, I think that was your reference point.
Right.
And they qualified for the Affordable Care Act health insurance. They currently receive a subsidy to help for the payments based on their income.
That's right.
And you're saying the change in the big, beautiful Trump budget voted by our Republican colleagues is going to result in an increase in monthly premiums in Wyoming of the person making $82,000 a year of $3,000 a month?
That's right. $37,000 a year, and there are 40,000, as you mentioned. And this is really about the Affordable Care tax credits that expire. This was not in the Big Beautiful Bill. The Big Beautiful Bill took $1 trillion away from the Medicaid program. But now we have pending before us the imminent cliff where the premium increases that were passed by this body on a bipartisan basis to help during COVID, those expire. And when that expires, those families in Wyoming who are on the Affordable Care Act and who are 60 years old and they have 82 grand in income, they're going to see a premium increase of $37,193.
This is not a casual increase. This is for real.
That's a loaded gun, you know, at the heart of the family and their ability to carry on. I mean, this just can't happen. It can't happen. And we're the body that has the option of ignoring the hardship and catastrophic consequences of this on the families we represent, or sparing them and allowing them to continue having access to health care that they depend on.
Well, let me just ask you this question. Since we have the continuing resolution being considered, which would go in effect September 30th if we agree on one, if it took care of this tax credit issue, you could spare that family in Wyoming from a $3,000 a month addition to their hospitalization premium. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's within the power. This is the wonderful thing about those of us who have this job. We have the power to do something that can help the people we represent. They need health care. Republican families need it. Democratic families need it. People who don't care anything about the political process, they need it. And you know what? In our country, they should be entitled to it. We can act. And it's not a partisan thing. It's not a victory for one side or the other. It's really a lifesaver for these families, the Wyoming families, the Vermont families, the Illinois families. So I urge this body to come together to do something that the people we represent, every single one of them, needs and would benefit by.
So let me ask the senator from Vermont his own personal experience. Mine was that last year I decided to replace my knee, my football knee from high school, and my hip the same year. I started receiving these projected bills and how much I might personally own if I didn't have any health insurance. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, these were basically elective surgeries, but much more than the average person has available on hand to pay a bill. Imagine if instead of that elective surgery, I had, God forbid, broken my leg, ended up in the emergency room and needed help with surgery when it was all over. The net result of it is a bill which most families would struggle to pay if they had no health insurance protection.
Right.
This seems like the reality of the situation. It's your money or your life is the Republican proposal. We're either going to have you pay $3,000 or more a month in premiums, or you're going to have to gut it out and hope that you don't get sick or don't have an accident that could cost thousands and thousands of dollars.
Well, you know, you're exactly right, because that family, making $82,000 a year, and they're struggling to pay the premium as it is. If they have to pay $3,000 more a month, most of those families are going to say they'd like to, but they can't, okay? And they're going to be uninsured. And I'll give a story of my own. My first wife died of cancer, Senator. She had cancer for 9 years. We had terrific health care. She had a rare form of cancer. One night, my car broke down, and the wrecker guy picked me up, and we had a long ride. We got to talking. It turned out that his wife, and he had 2 kids, younger kids, had the same form of rare cancer, and his wife died. And we talked about that. But there was a difference. We had insurance through the University of Vermont, where my wife was a professor. He had no insurance. He was working late at night, long hours, raising these 2 kids by himself, and he was trying to pay off a $335,000 medical bill. That's not right. But that example you just mentioned of this Wyoming family or a Vermont family or an Illinois family, where they're faced with $3 grand a month, they don't have the money, they go without health care, somebody gets sick, they have a serious illness, they get medical debt. They get anxiety. Anxiety on top of the anxiety that always accompanies a serious illness in a family, where all of your attention, if it's your partner, if it's your child, is about your partner and child. And then on top of that, you have that incredible stress of bill collectors calling up, where's the money? We don't have to allow this to happen. We don't, and we shouldn't. And I just want to emphasize, it's not a Republican-Democratic deal. It's a mutual responsibility that this United States Senator has to the people of this country, in your state and in my state. So, Mr. President, I urge us to get a solution. And I talked about West Virginia, your great state, where folks will face enormously high premium increases if these Affordable Care Act subsidies expire. It'd be brutal. You know, I told you about my visit to West Virginia, my respect for those coal miners and the hardworking folks there, and I know, Mr. President, how highly important it is to you about health care access. So let's act as a body. Let's do it together and make certain that folks do have health care and don't just have the insecurity, the anxiety, and the bills that are just going to cripple them. I want to thank the senator from Illinois. I want to thank my colleagues in the Senate, and I will yield back, or yield to the senator.
I thank the senator from Vermont as well as the senator from New Hampshire for organizing this floor block. I'm going to submit my comments for the record and just say that the people who have contacted me from Illinois are scared to death about what's going to happen October 1st. This big, beautiful budget bill of President Donald Trump, unfortunately, is not going to extend the tax credits available to reduce premium costs. Families are asking me, how in the world, Senator, are we supposed to pay these increased costs of thousands of dollars each month? I don't have an answer for them, but the Senate has an answer. The Senate can change that. We can restore this tax credit. There are a lot of priorities for a lot of people, but I'll tell you, if you've ever lived without health insurance, you understand it is a basic priority. You never know tomorrow what you're going to end up paying in a medical bill. And if you aren't prepared for it, it can wipe out your savings in no time flat. So I'm going to submit my comments for the record. I know it's 6 o'clock and we've had a long day in the Senate, but I just want to thank my colleagues from Vermont and New Hampshire for organizing this floor block. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader following consultation with the Democrat Leader, no later than Friday, October 10th, S.J. Res. 71 be discharged from the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources and that the Senate proceed to its consideration. Further, that there be 6 hours for debate only, with the time equally divided between the leaders or their designees on the joint resolution, and that following the use or yielding back of that time, the joint resolution be read a third time and a Senate vote on the resolution. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Sorry about that. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 12 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Res. 400, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 400, expressing support for designation of the week of September 14th through 20th, 2025 as National Adult Education and Family Literacy Week.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand in recess until 10 a.m. on Thursday, September 18th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Further, following leader remarks, the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the nominations in bloc pursuant to Res. 377. Finally, that all time during recess and leader remarks count post-cloture on the nominations in bloc.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess under the previous order following the remarks of my Democrat colleagues.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Wisconsin.
Folks in this chamber may know this, but the fight for affordable health care is deeply personal to me. When I was just 9 years old, I had a very serious childhood illness. It was a diagnosis similar to spinal meningitis. That wasn't the exact diagnosis, but I was actually in the hospital for 3 months. And even though I made a full recovery, my family was not able to find health insurance for me at any price. And that's because I had been labeled as a child with a pre-existing health condition. At that time, insurance companies were allowed to refuse coverage for people because they had pre-existing health conditions. But because of the Affordable Care Act, we changed that and gave Americans with pre-existing conditions some serious protections. We gave families like mine hope. We gave young people hope, allowing them to stay on their parents' health insurance until age 26.
a provision I crafted in the House of Representatives. And we gave small business owners hope, ensuring that their employees could get affordable care. And since then, I'm proud to say that we've actually built on the success of the Affordable Care Act. One of those wins has been giving families a tax break when they buy their insurance through the marketplace to help make their health care more affordable. For small businesses like our restaurants, manufacturers, and childcare providers, the small group health insurance market isn't just a huge administrative burden, it's also expensive. The open marketplace is the difference between being able to hire and retain and keep doors open and losing staff to jobs at companies that have the wherewithal to provide health insurance. But this tax break is all on the line right now. If Republicans don't act with us, this tax break will end at the end of this year, jacking up premium costs for 24 million people in America, including pricing about 4 million Americans out of the market altogether. Yes, you heard me right, 4 or more million people will see their health care terminated. These numbers have very real people behind each of them, with very real stories. Take Amanda. Amanda is a broker's assistant in a real estate office in Wisconsin who relies on the enhanced premium tax credits on the Affordable Care Act. Amanda, who has lupus, needs weekly shots to manage the autoimmune disease. Or take Madison. She's a chef and restaurant owner. Take Evan Daniels, who is a restaurant owner and chef who has about 12 employees who all get their care from the Affordable Care Act. He said that if that weren't an affordable option, his employees would be looking at corporate employers that can afford big insurance packages. The stories go on and on of Wisconsinites who rely on the Affordable Care Act to get just that, affordable health care. But these are the people who will have their premiums skyrocketing, forcing some, like Amanda, to lose care altogether, and forcing others, like Evan, to lose employees. The upside is that there's a very simple way to fix this, and it's right in front of us. Pass the bill that Senator Shaheen and I lead to make these tax breaks permanent. Time is of the essence. Families and businesses are going to get those dreaded letters in the mail any day now, saying their premiums are going up 75%. Families will have to make really tough choices. Small businesses will be left holding the bag as employees leave for corporations that are able to afford insurance plans. So we are left with one question. Will Republicans refuse to act and increase health care costs for tens of millions of Americans? So far, their answer has been yes. They have had opportunity after opportunity. In fact, 3 different times on the Senate floor this year. But again, they chose not to do anything. When Republicans were putting together their huge, sweeping tax bill, you would think that including tax breaks for tens of millions of families to afford health care would be their centerpiece, right? Wrong. As families are slated to get notices of how much their premiums are going to go up any day now, Republicans had yet another chance this week to help address this pressing issue. House Republicans unveiled a bill just yesterday to fund the government, but it does absolutely nothing to lower health care costs or prevent millions from being kicked off of their insurance. This agenda to strip health care from millions and raise health care costs for tens of millions is not what the American people are clamoring for, I can assure you. Wisconsinites have been crystal clear that they need lower costs. The last thing they need is their health care premiums to be jacked up, or worse, not even being able to afford them. If Republicans fail to act, Wisconsinites know who to thank when their premiums go up next year and millions are priced out of health care. I yield back.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, thank you. I appreciate my colleague from Wisconsin talking about our own health care experience and why those in Wisconsin want to see us take action to help keep insurance affordable. I rise today because Americans are facing a massive wave of health care costs. Those increases are swamping the family budget, and they are hurting our health care system by increasing uncompensated care. But before I did that, I wanted to make a comment on today's Help Committee hearing with the former CDC Director Susan Monarez, who was fired by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy because she refused to rubber stamp what he wanted to have happen. Dr. Monarez basically confirmed what we already knew today, and that was that instead of basing vaccines on hundreds of years of science, instead, the Secretary of Health is trying to replace that with a pseudoscience. He's basically trying to say, instead of 100 years of evidence about vaccines for measles and other childhood diseases, that now a new group is going to come up with recommendations, and thereby, I think, confusing people. So I'm glad that the West Coast Alliance of scientists today put out a statement talking about what is the science that has been the basis for the United States for several years. Those are important things to understand, but this is an assault on our healthcare system if we don't continue to follow science in the most specific ways. So I appreciate Dr. Monarez basically coming before the Senate today, making sure that people understand that she was fired because she didn't want to go along with this. And I think that she made some important statements today about saying that we need to base science on evidence and not ideology. I agree with that. And I think people in the Northwest want to see this alliance in our state and in California and Oregon continue to advocate for good science when it comes to vaccines. But I wanted to also talk tonight about our healthcare system and the assault on it. Last week, the Washington State Office of Insurance Commissioner approved a 21% increase in the 2026 ACA marketplace insurance premium. So what does that mean? It means that our state said that insurance rates could go up. Why are they saying they could go up? Because this is the largest single increase since 2018, nearly double last year's increase. And why are they saying this? Well, they're saying this, insurers in Washington, because they're pointing to a couple of things: the Trump tariffs, the rising cost of the delivery system, and most importantly, the failure of our colleagues to extend the tax credits that would make health insurance more affordable for about 22 million Americans. In our state, 80,000 Washingtonians are expected to drop their health insurance coverage because they will no longer be able to afford it. That's a tragedy, because we don't want to see people losing health insurance, because when they do, it means that there's just a lot more uncompensated care, and it means the cost of health insurance goes up for everybody. For everyone else, they will pay an average $129 more per month, or $1,548 per year, just to keep the same health insurance plan. So how did we get here? Why are Americans facing this looming threat? When the Affordable Care Act passed in 2010, the health insurance through Medicaid, the marketplace exchange was now available to millions of Americans. By making coverage affordable year after year, we saw more and more people covered by insurance. The rate of those uninsured in the United States dropped from 15% before the ACA to an all-time low of over 7% in 2023. So we basically cut that in half. We cut the number of uninsured in half. We could have done more, in my opinion. There were a couple of things we left on the table, and lowered that uninsured rate even more significantly. But today, 44 million Americans get their health insurance through the ACA. That's about 1 in 6 people under the age of 65. In our state, it provides coverage for an additional 626,000 Medicaid recipients and nearly 300,000 beneficiaries on the exchange. In 2023, the uninsured rate in our state was just 4.8%. So that means people are covered, you don't have uncompensated care, you don't have emergency room visits, you don't have the problems that we are seeing. So what happens now, though, is that millions of Americans, as I said, are now facing these skyrocketing costs of health care. And that is because data shows when more people have health insurance and our providers spend less on compensated care, the system is more affordable. But according to a Kaiser Foundation, aggregated uncompensated care dropped by $20 billion in the 7 years after the Affordable Care Act passed, but the tax credits that help make coverage affordable for those who need it the most are essential to driving down the cost for everyone. So if you don't keep the tax credits, we are now going to face skyrocketing healthcare costs unless we extend those subsidies. That's the point. We did a good job. We lowered uncompensated care. We lowered the cost of insurance. And instead, now we're facing basically the end of subsidies that we're now going to make that go up and cost all of us. As I mentioned, I've spoken to many of my constituents. One, I just spoke to Leslie, who has a connection to Three Rivers Hospital in Brewster, Washington. She told me that her husband relies on the ACA premium credits to afford his marketplace insurance. Without the subsidy, his monthly premium would increase from $200 to $700 a month, and he will no longer be able to afford his insurance next year. He also needs to have surgery soon, so they're trying to figure out how to get that done fast. And Leslie and her husband run a small business. They don't have the luxury of waiting and paying more just to get basic health care in a very rural part of our state. She understands the healthcare system, and she knows that we need to fix this. So she's calling on all of us to step up and get a certainty to the ACA tax credit. I'm worried about the additional 80,000 Washingtonians who are expected to lose access to checkups and preventive care. We know that people without health care insurance wait to get care until their condition worsens to a point where they end up in the emergency room. That costs them and everyone else more. And more people will also end up in the emergency department just because they can't afford preventive care or regular services. Treating a patient in the ER can be 10 times more expensive than treating a patient in a normal doctor's office. And these are costs that are being passed along in the form of higher health care premiums for all of Washingtonians, no matter what type of health insurance they get. So these Republican policies making it harder for us to hold down health care costs should stop. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the cost of health care system has already risen 4.2% in the last 6 months, much higher than the rate of inflation. So we see that these costs, compared to other costs in our system, obviously energy costs are rising. But in addition to the cost of food and household essentials, Americans are facing these higher bills in general. I think the Trump administration is ignoring these real-life impacts on families. Congress should be working together to make health care less expensive. And we know that the Congress in the Republican-passed bill also created a lot of uncertainty as to the Medicaid marketplace and what's happening. And we already met with hospitals today from our rural parts of Washington who are saying they are seeing the impacts already of that bill on individuals not having certainty, or in one instance, basically, hospital needed to have some construction work done, and the person who was supposed to provide the construction and the financing of that said, are you really going to have the money to even do this? So it's sending a ripple through the entire system. So we can't afford to go back to a situation we had before the Affordable Care Act when 1 of every 7 Americans didn't have health insurance. We can't afford the wave of uncompensated care costs that'll hit hospitals and eventually all of us, and we can't afford the loss of lives and the medical bills that people are seeing every day. And we need Americans to understand that we should be listening to what you're saying. 72% of Americans say they want an enhanced premium tax credit extension. That is, those who are strongly in favor and those who strongly in favor and somewhat in favor. That is what the American people are telling us. They want this health care to continue, just like they want their Medicaid coverage to continue. So let's do our jobs. Let's quickly act to extend the ACA tax credits. Let's do everything we can to make health insurance more affordable. Let's make a bipartisan effort to show the American people that we hear them, that a very big percentage of them want more affordable health care now for all Americans. Let's get it done. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow. The Senator from Michigan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about a very simple idea that in the most powerful country in the world, every American should have access to health care they can afford. Protecting Michiganders' health care is why I ran for the House originally. It's why I'm here in the Senate. I frankly never thought I'd run for political office. But in 2017, I watched on CNN as my then representative smiled and cheered in the Rose Garden as President Trump repealed the Affordable Care Act in the U.S. House. I looked at my TV screen and I said, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to ignore your constituents, vote against their interests, and keep your job. I'm a former CIA officer, served alongside the military. In the military, they have a term for this. It is called dereliction of duty. It's a fireable offense. I ran that year to fire him, and in 2018, we did just that. This issue has particular salience for me because of my mom. My mom passed away in 2011 from ovarian cancer, and she had survived breast cancer many, many years ago when I was a little girl, so she had that pre-existing condition for the rest of her life. She lost her job, she had financial issues, she couldn't afford the insurance that was on offer to her, and walked into an emergency room and was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. It was like a grenade went off in our lives. It's something I would not wish upon my worst enemy. I took a leave of absence, I came home to Michigan, and at the same time that she was fighting for her life to get, tests and emergency surgery, it was the same moment that we were fighting the insurance company so that she could get care. She fought hard for 18 months, but she passed away in 2011. And that experience drives the work that I did in the House and certainly why I'm here on this floor today. Sadly, we're nearly a decade after that original attempt by President Trump to repeal the ACA. And we're in a similar place. President Trump and my Republican colleagues are doing everything in their power to cut health care for average Americans. They're just doing it in different and creative ways because they know it's politically unpopular to tell you to your face. We're coming up on a big deadline here. We all know that September 30th, the government runs out of money. I don't know a single person who wants a government shutdown. After almost 16 years in the federal government, where I was on the receiving end of those shutdowns, I do not want our government to run out of money. But if my Republican colleagues want my vote on that bill, they're going to need to act like adults and come talk to me about it. And what I'll say to the state that I'm representing, as well as to my colleagues, is that if you want that vote, you're going to have to talk to me about health care. That's the place to start. If we roll the tape back just a couple of months ago, the President and my colleagues voted on the Big Beautiful Bill. The Big Beautiful Bill did important things to change the face of health care in the United States, and we're only now just starting to feel the effects. So if you want my vote next week or in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have to talk about the significant Medicaid cuts that you made, the ending of a bunch of subsidies for the marketplace or Obamacare, and talk to me about putting money back into things like cancer research that you slashed. Because there's few things as fundamental as providing health care to your family, and yet there are few systems in America that are as broken as health care in America. I don't know a single person who thinks that our health care system is working well. Do you know a single person who thinks they're paying too little for health care? And then on top of that, we don't even get the health outcomes that they get in other countries. And now President Trump has made these cuts even worse. As I mentioned, in the big, beautiful bill, they did two really important things. They cut Medicaid and they cut the subsidies for Obamacare. Why did they do that? That was the math that they needed in order to pay for permanent tax cuts for the very wealthy, right? They didn't want to say that out loud, that in order to pay for those tax cuts for the very wealthy, those permanent tax cuts, they had to cut health care in America. They had to, in order to make the math work. But we know that those kinds of cuts could potentially shutter hospitals, particularly in the rural parts of my state. Community health centers could close. Every hospital I have talked to is talking about which services are they going to have to cut, particularly things like birth and delivery services. You're going to have communities that have to drive 30, 40, 50 miles just to have a baby or to make it to the ER. And now Michiganders on the other side of the ledger, those who have private insurance, are starting to feel the heat. Because if you cut those other programs, right, if you cut Medicaid and Obamacare, and maybe you say to yourself, well, I'm not on Medicaid. Well, I'm not on the marketplace. I don't have Obamacare. The healthcare companies have already started, for their private insurance, increasing the rates starting January 1. They're starting to send out letters, right, like this one I have in front of me. This was sent to a man in Macomb County, Sterling Heights. I met him this past weekend. I said, I'm really concerned that private employer-provided health care is going to go up starting January 1st. He's like, I already have gotten my letter, right? He said, his letter here says, last year, the cost of your health care program in total was $36,969, so almost $37,000. Starting January 1, if you want to continue this program, it's $43,000. That's happening across the state of Michigan already. So if you thought that the big, beautiful bill was cutting someone else's health care, that cost, which is so personal to so many people, because it's whether we can provide health to our loved ones, is now going to go up. So every single American is either at risk of losing their health insurance or having the price of their health insurance go up. Other Michiganders are going to see an even bigger price hikes than those who are in private insurance, especially if they're one of the 500,000 Michiganders who get their coverage through the ACA marketplace or Obamacare. Open season is this November 1st, so they're going to start to feel that pain immediately. We're hearing stories of people who are going to get a 79% increase in their bill starting January 1st. And I had the head of a big Michigan private insurance company come in today. She was telling me that other insurers have just decided to get out of the business of providing health care plans for people on the marketplace. So you're going to have fewer choices. Companies like HAP, Molina, and Meridian have already decided that because of the bill that President Trump pushed for in July, they are no longer going to be offering plans through the Obamacare marketplace. So less choice, higher prices. Just to put this in perspective, here's an example of what President Trump and my Republican colleagues have brought to working Americans. A family of four making $129,000 a year, got 2 kids. If they're on a marketplace plan, they're going to see their health care plan go up by $5,000 next year, starting January 1. That's how much they'll pay just for the increase. And a 6-year-old couple, you know, 2 elderly folks or 6-year-old folks, not elderly, living on about $85,000 a year. They're empty nesters. Their kids have left home. They will see their premiums go up by over $10,000 next year. Now, what do you do? If you're 60 years old, there's 2 of you, your plan was already expensive, now you have another $10,000 on top of that. You know that those people are thinking to themselves, you know what, I'm just going to go without insurance. I can't. He's raising my bills in every single category. And so I'm just going to take the risk. I'm going to go without health insurance and hope that I don't get into a car crash or into a major accident. President Trump literally campaigned on lowering your costs. That was what this election was about. He said that he was going to put more money in your pocket. Can anyone name a single place, if you're a working American, where your costs have gone down and not up since January of this year? And many Michiganders are going to end up in the position that my mom was in. Walking into an ER, getting that diagnosis, your brother, your mother, your child needing care, and having to choose between bankruptcy and getting some sort of care for that terminal illness. Now, we can't end the fight there. I'm willing to negotiate with my colleagues. I know that plenty of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that it is absolutely insane to raise the price of health care, that they don't want to be associated with that. There's so many people who feel that we have people retiring on the other side of the aisle. But the only way that we move the needle is if we get loud about it. It's exactly what happened in 2017. Why is it that cutting health care was President Trump's signature campaign goal in 2017 or in 2016? Why he talked about it obsessively every day in 2017, while the House of Representatives on the other side of this building did repeal Obamacare, but we still have it today. Why is it? It's because the public said no. The public said, you're not going to take away my health care, my protections for pre-existing conditions, and get away with it. And the public turned so hard against the Republicans on that issue that in this body, on this floor, John McCain cast the deciding vote, thumbs down, on repealing Obamacare. That is why we have it today, because the bravery of that man. And I wish and pray for the bravery of someone like John McCain to be back in this body on the other side of the aisle, who has the ability to say, no matter what my party, I'm not going to charge Americans more for their health care. President Trump has done the opposite of that. If you want to understand what happens when you get your letter, and they're all coming, October for Michiganders is when we understand the plans are sending out their letters. When you get that letter and you gasp at how your price has gone up on your private insurance, your employer-provided health care, you understand exactly who gave you that price increase, exactly who put you in that position, exactly who told you that he was going to lower your costs, and now you are going to have to eat that cost starting January 1st. That is Donald Trump. That is my Republican colleagues who sit across the aisle. That is everyone who said, I'm going to do the political thing instead of what's right for the average American. Healthcare is something that this country should be providing to its citizens so that everyone can afford. That's just a basic thing we should do as the most powerful nation in the world. And all I'd ask my colleagues across the aisle, especially as we hit this September 30th deadline, is ask yourself, what would John McCain do? What would John McCain have done on the big, beautiful bill? And what would he do if he had the chance to restore people's health care and he had that moment on the Senate floor? Please, grow some spine and help your constituents. Let's have a conversation about health care. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I join my colleague from Michigan, as well as Senators Welch and Shaheen and the others that come before this body today to talk about what's really happening out there. Well, what's really happening out there is that we are in a healthcare crisis, and that is because the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill will kick 15 million Americans off their health care, force hospitals, health clinics, and nursing homes to close, and as is already happening with the premium notices, with what they're already seeing, it is raising costs for everyday Americans. And now, if Congress doesn't act to extend the Affordable Care Act's health care tax credits before they expire, more than 20 million Americans will see their premiums soar, putting their coverage at risk. I go to all 87 counties in my state every single year, and I visit rural hospitals. I know what's happening out there. I know what's happening to people who are in small businesses, who rely on the Affordable Care Act, who are already seeing increased grocery costs, are already seeing increased electricity costs, and are already seeing dried up markets because of these tariffs. This is all hitting them at once. At the end of the day, everything from regular checkups and life-saving prescriptions to hospital visits and long-term care is under threat. Not for the wealthiest, they're going to be able to handle it. Maybe not even for people in some of the big cities, but for people out there in rural right now, they're barely holding on as it is. And this is on top of the funding cuts to public health and medical research that extinguish hope for life-saving cures and jeopardize America's global leadership in medical innovation. Those people are holding on too. Just last weekend, I went with the Parkinson's Association on their charity walk. Those people are holding on for hope. In their wheelchairs, they're holding on for hope. Their daughters and sons, their brothers and sisters. And we are so close in so many areas because of the mapping of the human genome, because of AI, as this is coming from the home of the Mayo Clinic, Minnesota, that we do not want to go backwards when it comes to investment in research. That's why my Democratic colleagues and I are fighting to restore health care in this upcoming budget bill. Right now, health care access for more than 20 million Americans who benefit from health care tax credits are at risk, as I just noted. And as a result, a record number of Americans, 24 million people, have been enrolled in this Affordable Care Act, but all of them are going to see this increase if something isn't done. This will be a massive hit to working families. It will be especially harmful to middle-class families, small business owners, and entrepreneurs, seniors, and people living in rural communities. It will force states to reduce coverage and shift resources away from other priorities like education and public safety. In Minnesota, at least 9 rural hospitals are at immediate risk of having to shut their doors and stop providing care. Medicare, Medicaid, and enhanced health care tax credits are overwhelmingly supported by Americans. Why? Because this is about their families. This is about the fact that they know that health care over the years, they've seen the prices, what's happened, they've seen what's happened with pharmaceuticals, and they expect us to do better than what's happening now. They expect us to do better than putting forward this bill that just happened that hurts their rural hospitals, or throw people off of their coverage, or stop life-saving research on these cures that has always been so bipartisan, or the rhetoric around vaccines, which so many of them know their kids need. I just found out this year I had no immunity to measles because I had that shot, but it was at the wrong time, so I got that vaccine. But right now, so many people don't even know when they turn on the TV and they hear the HHS secretary question these vaccines against the belief of a number of people on the other side of the aisle, the senators, Republican senators, including those who are doctors. This is just creating massive chaos. Costs are up, chaos is up, confusion is up. We must do better. More insured Americans is good for patients, good for families, and good for our country. More research paves the way for cutting-edge treatments and the cures of tomorrow. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.